to tell you this, but you can't have a MacBook with Samsung.
I know.
You gotta find your Samsung laptop. Okay. So, but I do like the tablecloth.
Thanks. It was, we tried and dress it up. I think it's in. Should be good. Now, what I would love for you to do is go to your YouTube channel and check, and then I can start to adjust it. Hello, everyone.
Get the program going in 2 minutes. 2-minute warning here. Thank you.
I'm that guy, dude. I'll come back in 2 minutes.
I'll be ready.
It's also put on 10 seconds, right?
Yeah, it's around that.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, you want to do that? Nothing ever happened. Yeah,
Store the spices. Oh, right. Got it. Your wife was like, yes, me.
Hey, Ralph Colas.
Hi, Ralph. Nice to finally meet you in person. It's been a long time.
Been a while. How are you? I honestly didn't know you were the keynote until like last night, and I was really happy about that.
I didn't know he was the keynote until Saturday.
I apologize for not telling you Friday. Yeah,
I was
because I was driving all day long and I got your email. Actually, it's
Yeah.
first thing this morning.
Yeah, I was sweating, but it's great. Really, I am so glad you're doing this because it is no exaggeration to say you are so much better than the person who had it lined up for this audience. The person we had lined up was somebody who would have talked about Air Force needs, and he's technically in charge of all the security forces people, but it's not what he was going to talk about. The sentence is talking points. I don't even know what you're going to say, but I know it's going to be no pressure.
I have some old friends here. Yeah. So now the pressure's on.
Yeah.
My son and Paul, my daughter, actually go to school across the parking lot from the headquarters there in Indy.
In Indy.
Yeah.
My daughter was, when we were there,
Yeah.
my daughter was working across the street at the sorority. Right there. Now she's, I don't know, telling me it's still there.
Yeah.
Tucson. So
Oh, no kidding.
it's like all changed.
Yeah.
So, but it's funny, I just made myself a little. I saw your icon at the conference. Forget law enforcement. It was teaching
Wow.
because I'm old and I did all I couldn't keep a steady job, so I changed it. And actually, I did a lot more slides than I originally planned. I was going to do like 2 or 3. And as I read your points, I went, I can show pictures, screenshots, and examples that make it more relevant. So I just actually went. So I added, we just did a search in Shenandoah.
Yeah.
Search and rescue, public safety, and we actually I got this really good report. I think that Virginia State is VDIM, Virginia Department of Emergency Management.
Yeah.
And I think they are going to switch from what's called CalTOPO or SARTOPO, if you've heard of those,
Yeah, I have.
which is a phenomenal app, but it's very specific. And when I was helping their SWAT team asked me to help do a tracking class. So I said, what do you guys use to manage your searches?
Yeah.
We're thinking about using some app. What app? And they said, they described TAKathon. Okay, cool. I said, but I'll just steer you away from it. SARTOPO is, you already pay for it.
Yeah.
And your search and rescue people use it. The rest of them use it. I said, only because use the same one. And then now I hear the whole state is changing to match up with FEMA. So it's the feds are leaving.
Jim, are you aware of the SAR tools we've built into TAKathon?
Yeah. Okay. And I think I can't remember if it was you or somebody else from the FIA. A couple years ago, we talked about the Osprey and stuff.
Right.
And I was collecting some data to test it against
We've been waiting
Vader.
for that for like 7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we moved offices. I lost all my contact stuff. So I told Mike Tyson, I said, great. Since then, I took a class on long class on behavioral and lost persons. And all that data back in the day from Cybertalk, which is probably what you used, that's all been updated very recently and in Kester. And
Yes.
and I had this theory that cell phones changed all people's behavior. And he wrote in there, he goes, we don't have data yet. So I wrote it and asked him. Right. And he goes, you don't have data yet. But yes, it's changing how people behave. Because instead of going downhill and things that would normally happen, they're now more worried about getting a cell connection than they are surviving. Interesting. It's impacting their behavior.
Whoa.
So we took Osprey, we broke it out into partitions so you can build your own models, and that's one of the things people can work on this week.
Okay.
So we have a civilian version where people can build their own models and do whatever they want with them. So you might not be aware of that. It's called Landsat.
No, so in addition, I think I saw it in my notes. So in addition to my Vader question, I know a book of case studies. Just one.
Excellent.
There are a few seats sprinkled throughout. We're set for about 100 seats here in the room, and we should be able to fill in and have a seat. But if you want to stand, I totally get it. I applaud the folks in the back. But feel free to filter in and meet some new folks if you want to take a seat in the house. My name is Seth Mulligan. I'm with the Griffiss Institute, also known as the guy behind all the annoying Eventbrite emails. I hope we kept you informed and aware, but not overly gamed too often, but it's great to see everyone, match up a lot of faces and names with all the exciting sponsors, planners, supporters, and innovators here today for the TAKathon 2023. I'm going to go through a couple of just housekeeping items, get a few of the itinerary and sort of run of show things out of the way, and then we're going to make sure everyone's ready to rock and jump right into our exciting panels and our speaker presentations. And we'll get into our coding challenges. So it's going to be 2 jam-packed days with the sort of demonstrations and award ceremony wrapping up on Thursday. So let's see if Clicker's doing this thing. So first of all, this took a village in the proverbial sense and the quite literal sense. We relied heavily on our sponsors. Of those leading was Samsung and Amazon AWS Wicker. So thank you to a myriad of them. But in particular, those stepped up with the largest contributions, the wonderful access to the space and facility. Pretty awesome facility, right? I mean, this was, yeah. If anyone caught the reception last night, just wonderful views. It's awesome. We can't thank Samsung enough for all the support. Likewise, Wicker's come through, helped us a ton on all of our planning calls, provided a lot of contributions and support. It's amazing. There are also several other key sponsors, including NISTEC. Their team is here. You can see a few. Hey, happy everybody. They were our fuel buy. They ponied up a lot, helped offset a lot of food and beverage costs. So thank you so much. Quite fun. And they're an awesome provider of IT consulting and also PO work, especially around Homeland Security, state of New York, and federal. So they're awesome folks. Just got a chance to meet with them. Additionally, Ensign, Raytheon, Tough Stump. We had some gold level corporate sponsors come through. I think I saw a few of them. Most of these folks have demonstration booths down on the lower level and 6. So as we mix our program up and rotate around, feel free to stop in. A lot of them have pretty cool, amazing things for you to learn and play and check out. And of course, our silver level. A lot of these have given some in-kind and some additional swag and things to give away. It's pretty awesome. All of them have unique access and niche to this TAK environment for a lot of different reasons, and they have great stories to tell. So I definitely encourage you to stop by the booths, check them out, see what they're up to. So some expectations for the show. Present your stuff. That's what I was working on. So signaling to our tech guy. There's 4 of us here from Griffiss. We're so happy to help coordinate and get this going. But really, like we said, it was truly a collaborative effort. Can't thank everyone enough. Everyone brought their energy, their networks. We were getting a flurry of like, can I add so and so? Oh, but it would be great if this person came. And we tried to accommodate everyone. It's been pretty amazing, really in an unprecedented way. When you have a tight ecosystem like TAK, you are both friend and foe from when you're a vendor or an OEM in this space. But we still are only friends. Although some may compete or offer similar services, we're all about promoting this amazing platform and what it can do in public safety at this event. So it's so awesome to see that camaraderie. It's going to be a little less formal. Right? This is presented by a TAK community. This is organized by GI, but we don't have an agenda for this. This is a sense for everyone to sort of explore, learn, collide, and invent, and look at new things for how to apply TAK in, say, the public safety sector. So this main hall is kind of the focal point. This will be our hub. From here, we'll do a lot of our panel-led and speaker-led activities. Directly across the elevator bank is what I'd like to call the coder's den. That's a room where if people want to sneak away, start hacking, coding, developing, it's a little quieter, it's a little off the beaten path. Coders can congregate, meet each other, team up, etc. for working for the coding challenge. That room will be open every time this room is open. And of course, flow in and out to meet these agenda items if you want to sort of get a break from coding or if you want to sort of understand a certain perspective, please feel free to join back into the main hall. So that covers those next 2 bullets. Remember the secure nature of the building. This is a wonderful facility, multi-tenant building. 6 and 7 to transit, you need some fobs, so look for some Samsung folks for the 4 Griffiss. Dylan, come step out when you're here. I'm here. This is Dylan. We have Mike Fang and Kelly Pointer. They're down handling and wrapping up some of the registration items. They'll also have fobs as well as Todd and a lot of his team here. So just to get stuck, let us know. We'll help the fob and move you up and down between 6 and 7. So basically, You're either in the facility somewhere in 6 and 7 for our program, or you exit out to the lobby. So those are the big 3 areas you need to access to. There are 2 official comms channels. There's a YouTube live stream actually being simulcast on both Griffiss and Ralph. What's the formal name of that other channel? There's a second awesome ATAC channel.
The
ATAC channel. Just confirming which streams we have. So that's where all of these sort of web access can be seen. If you want to pop in and see some things, if you're in a different section or zone, you can do that as well. Those are listed out there. And then Discord will serve as mostly our channel for messaging, pushing sort of text-based, and Discord's where programs can team up. You can obviously instant message, fire up videos if you want to collaborate with someone. All those instructions and a lot of those things were emailed, but they're also on the Eventbrite page. Go to the Eventbrite page, there's an important file section, get you that you need. And when in doubt, Eventbrite. So that's the final wrap-up item there on this sort of the housekeeping items. I will say restrooms on this floor are also down the hallway to our right. We'll be here to help run a show, but again, it's everyone's show. We hope that you'll be unabashed when it comes time for Q&A or asking, or if you see a panelist or speaker and catching in the hall after it, we really want to have that high level of interactivity. Let me just quickly go over today's agenda. We'll do this again tomorrow, but there may be occasional, you know how transit, air traffic, whatever, there's many different things might move this around here and there. We are keenly, squarely 15 minutes behind, but we'll get right on to our opening speaker here in a moment. But the run-up show today is effectively setting the stage, listening to a great, amazing open keynote speaker in Jim, listening to see how the coding examples will work, and then we'll move into our 2 major panels, followed by a distinguished speaker, Ryan, at the end of the event. Most days here, we're going to wrap right hard at 5. Please honor that hard stop. It's a working professional building with multi-tenants. There's fees and staff and security and other things that come into play. So coding and innovating doesn't have to stop, but it has to stop in this building. So you take that out to the local, all the things that DC has to offer, or online. Just leave that. Yeah. I want to just recognize that we're about to transition in. Dylan's going to help me fix some of the slides, and I'll introduce our keynote in just a second. So, while we load in our second set of slides, I wanted to ask Jim Breitlich to come to the stage and start to tell us a little bit about himself and his background. We have pulled together a whole bunch of different perspectives to round out this area of public safety, law enforcement, first responder, firefighting, paramedics, search rescue, all the things you can imagine that would have a sort of civilian or civic and public safety orientation. And what you're going to hear from next is the story of an amazing set of perspectives in a career inside the FBI. Jim, we will pass the mic in just a second. Here's your advanced tool. Again, there is a bio of all of our speakers on Eventbrite. You can check out the full history. I'm not going to, as I MC or transition social, I'm not going to do the most formal introduction thing. Everyone who's here and our speakers are amazing in their fields, and Jim's going to be no exception. And I think it's really odd, isn't it? But I think if you're okay, do you need your notes section?
No.
Perfect. Okay. Then I think you're ready to go. So with that, everyone, please welcome Jim Wright.
Good morning. Can you hear me in the back? Excellent. Well, I really am honored to be here this morning, and especially honored to be able to talk for a few minutes on TAC and, more importantly, the general concept of situational awareness. As you can see from the logos, my background for 35 years, I didn't realize it was that old, is with the FBI. And so definitely emphasis on law enforcement, security, special events, and security issues. But as I looked at today's logo from the TAKathon, I remember that, oh yeah, I was an EMT. Oh yeah, I'm part of the fire department and EMS folks in Tennessee and training for search and rescue. Okay, so then I do have a little bit broader spectrum of public safety. So that's my interest, but it really goes to situational awareness. Let's start with that. And I think I'd like to talk about where we've been, because you're going to take it this week and into the future. That's what the code, the challenge is all about. But we'd like for the coders that may really understand where we've come from and why it's so valuable, and all the tools connected. So for those of you that remember a movie called Stripes, if you haven't seen it, I recommend watching it, because it will talk to you about situational awareness. It's advancing here. How advancing? So here we go. All right. So no audio, because that might have some copyright issues. That frowns on that. But what's important here? Where are my people? But what's really important, maybe what's in that room. And if you remember the movie, that's a hand grenade without pin in it. So situational awareness, what's really important here? And how do we get to situational awareness? So if we can answer just these questions that came up in old funny movies, we'll work on it. So there are certain critical requirements. Some of them are nice to have, but at the critical end of the spear, one of the things we want you to learn to talk about is improving personnel safety, whether it's a firefighter, cop, whatever, or military police, or your dispatchers went home at night. Whatever it is, we want you to improve their safety. In this case, we have a picture of the former agent, Barry Lee Bush, April 5th of 2007. In a case of really bad situational awareness, Barry, as a surveillance plainclothes agent, was killed by another agent greatly due to lack of good situational awareness. So if we could find a way to improve that, it'd be a great thing. So that goes to that, what we call law enforcement blue on blue. Every agency has examples of this, unfortunately. We have more in the FBI, but we use barriers on our poster child. If we can come up with a better way to improve situational awareness and save lives, we can do it. Second, enhancing whatever generation you came from, C2, C3, C4, C6, but improving and enhancing command control, communication, and coordination. I'm old, but not that old, as a polling manager, but a lot of us can remember the days of paper maps and acetate. Anybody remember what acetate is? And we often call TAK digital acetate, to feed people that need to get a concept of what the hell is this TAK thing? It's digital acetate. Oh, okay. Some people, that's all they need to do. So if we can take methods that we've used for years and make them better, great. So that's one of our other critical elements. And in this world of geo, we go back to a quote that I understand is attributed to General Clapper. And he said that everything has an X and a Y. So you can try to find things that don't, but in an operational world, most things will have an X and a Y. So we can go back to that geo reference. Operational planning, enhancing that. For generations, we've used sand tables and paper maps and little models and had generals and decision makers stand around little toy soldiers and models, and it worked because that's what we had. At one point, I think often to leaders when we brief them on this new capability is if you cannot plan the operation and conduct the operation, mission, fire response, whatever you want to call it, using these kind of tools, basically a map compass, butcher paper, crayons, and radio. If you can't do it with that and understand the concepts, TAC won't make you a good leader. It will just enhance and improve and make things safer and better. But you gotta have the basics down first. So, where have we been? So for those of you that haven't been around TAC for a while, we got it from the DoD. Thank you, Air Force Resource Lab and SOCOM for funding. And there were other things out there that if you look at the generations of Falcon View and then APAS that the Navy used and ATAC, and SOCOM finally figured out, hey, APAS and ATAC, hey, let's figure out the best one. Marines used Kill Switch. It's just starting to phase out and people picked up with the ATAC. So there's things that have been generations of in law enforcement and public safety. It was great when we got GPSs. That was a step up from map and compass. And then, my God, Garmin came out with a Rhino. There was a radio and a GPS, and you could transmit your location. That's the best we'll ever get. Well, now we've gotten even better. So as the tools progress, the evolution has been great. So it was developed, my understanding, was for the JTAC community. And so that only gave you a couple hundred users. And once the hostage rescue team within the FBI learned about it through some of their partners, and their main use for it was the jump master feature, planning free falls. That's the only thing they really thought about using it for. But then it started spreading like COVID. Started spreading, and people said, hey, we can use it for this, we can use it for that. And then they found bugs. We went back to the CSB and said, hey, can you make it do this? And they said, oh yeah, if we have a use for it in DoD, we can add that to the core or add a plugin. So it started growing outside of the original intent, which was great. If you don't know about it, where the product office is and the CSB, you may hear us refer to quite a bit. That's how it's worked. So let's take that concept of where we came from, where we are now, where we're going, and that's where you're going to take us. But I also will suggest to you developers and code writers and companies that are developing things that make this better, is the requirements probably not going to come from you. The solution, the requirement is going to come from the user. That soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, cop, EMT, firefighter that's out there doing the job that says, hey, this would be great if you could make it do this. Or there's a sensor over here that we really like, camera, whatever kind of sensor. If it could be integrated, brought in with a plug-in, that would be great. So we're taking it through the color bands from military to law enforcement to fire, rescue, dispatcher, EMTs. And also on this slide is the terminology change. So when ATAC first came out, it was the Android Tactical Assault Kit. Then there was this kind of thing that came off the side, eventually WinTAC. And we in the Bureau asked for that because we had a lot of facilities where phones were more. We had to use a desktop. And so WinTAC came about. I will tell you, being a user of WinTAC beta and then on, it sucked. It was clunky. That's probably a technical term. And I'm not a tech guy. The tech guy from the FBI will be here, and on some of the panels might die. I'm an agent, I'm a user, and SWAT team leader, and it was an HRT, and we always dreamed of having some of these capabilities. And tracking, search and rescue, wouldn't it be great if? So we gobbled up this tool. So I will not use the technical terms, can't talk to you about coding or developing. I can. I don't totally understand how our whole network works, but I was a comp guy for a while, so I understand parts of that. In 2013, the FBI got access to TAC, and again, just for that HRT component for John Master. I was in the tech division. We understood that we were going to go from the BlackBerry device to an Android. And thank God our wonderful Samsung devices that we had, we eventually got and learned how to use. And then we heard about these things called apps. And I didn't have a smartphone of my own, didn't understand it, but a lot of other people did. They said, we brought a bunch of people together from every specialty in the FBI and our partners and said, what do you need to do your job? And what can this smartphone thingy that we get from Samsung, what can it do to help you do your job? And people said, we need an app. We need an app to do this, that. So we took a system that we stole from an organization that used to be called CTTSO, TOD. We changed the acronym. It let us quantify those requirements. We asked people, present your requirement, present your need, and then we'll score it, and we'll find out the most critical and what's the most common. And we came up with several, we supported those three that I just showed you. Blue force tracking for personal safety, etc. And then we started using it. We'll show you some examples how we used it in the FBI. But we ran into a cultural issue. I don't know how, if your agencies are like this. One, if it's not made here, it's no good. So we have to get over that. Our tech folks to tell them yeah, it really is good. Even though you didn't make it, it's really good. Two, the name. And the icon. Because it came from HRT and the FBI SWAT community, and they went out to the field offices throughout the world. We talked to people and said, hey, what do you think of this? They said, well, we didn't look at it, we can't use it. What do you mean can't use it? I don't, it came from SWAT, so it's only for SWAT. Two, it has tactical and assault in the name, therefore we can't use it. It's only for tactical use. Really? Yeah. So we played a little mind game. So marketing, we had some people that wanted to change the logo, change the name, and then some of them even wanted to mess with the core. We fought that back, and we said, we're not changing the acronym. What is it? It's a situational awareness tool. Explain that for bosses. So we came up with, we just changed the T and A. But we didn't want to be that agency that stole something and claimed it as their own. So we called the guy in charge of the program at the time and said, Josh, what do you think? This is what we're going to do, but here's why. It's just a marketing thing. It's a mind control thing within our people to let them know they can use it. This is what we're going to do. He goes, no problem. In fact, we're coming up with this thing eventually called CivTAC. Can we use that? Hell yeah. So now when every time I Google search and I see the awareness, it's awesome. So that's the history of where that came from. It's a mind game to let people know it's not just for tactical, not just for assaults. So in our world, and in the crisis response world, readiness, response, resolution, resiliency, those are key terms that we talk about. How do we use it for readiness? Planning, mission planning and training. That is using that. The planning tool is probably one of the biggest things I think we have now. A lot of our folks, the cultural problem we're into now is they only know of one use for TAC. What do you think that is? Blue force tracking. Because a lot of people, that's the only thing that they were taught how to use and saw. They have no idea that we can do this. So response, unplanned ops, fires, active shooters, you name it. Resolution, crime scene processing. Think back to the mass shooting in Las Vegas, the field of evidence that was left behind, and injured people, and using TAC to help them make massive crime scene. Or a rural crime scene where there aren't addresses. Indian reservations. Puerto Rico. There's lots of times we would use this as our crime scene. So recurring events. We always want to know where the trauma centers are, where the vet hospitals are. every special event. You can put them into TAK, leave them as a layer, and pull them back up. So how do we explain this to people? It goes back to that thing we learned in law enforcement: who, what, when, where, how, why. And it tells you. And often the most important thing is, where am I? You're in a strange town, you deploy, you're not in your neighborhood, and you go to a hurricane or a natural disaster in another state. Where am I? And then, where are my friends? Where are my allies? It answers a lot of those where questions. And how do I get from here to there? Planning routes. How did they get here? When are they going to get here? And we've also seen some really neat things that in a command post, if there's a dead air, it's stressful to leaders. And they will ask that question: where are they? How far out are they? Where are they now? If we feed them audio, typically radio, and visual information, intelligence, they calm down. I irreverently equate this to putting kids in front of Barney or whatever new TV shows are. Calm it down, it gets quiet. But in a command post, that's good, because quiet means the ability, and stress reduction means the ability to make better decisions. And that's what this is all about, is feeding information to decision makers. If we can, and that agent that's on the street, or EMT or fire truck driver, they're not going to keep getting those emails, phone calls, radio calls. Where are you? How far out are you? When are you going to get here? Or they're asking, how do I get there? The streets are closed. That noise level goes down, stress level goes down, better decisions. So it works on both ends of the spectrum. So how have we used it? First time that the FBI used it was in a manhunt for a cop killer in eastern Pennsylvania. Most of us still had Blackberries. We had a few that had Androids, and we started to use it in the command post. And we're able to help manage the search. So you could translate this to manage a fire response, manage a hurricane response, on and on. So this is 2013, so we're talking 10 years ago. We have evolved, and we'll keep showing you some examples. The next event we really used it for, where we had a lot of people with Android devices, was a visit from the Pope in 3 cities. And if you're familiar with Sears and NSSCs, this is a major NSSC in 3 major cities, and transit between them. And it was totally managed. So we were able to get enough people trained and get it set up and run this in Washington, Philadelphia, and New York, and work with our partners in Secret Service. And in the command post, it was really neat when the Secret Service folks and the State Department folks walked in and saw a giant screen and saw this and said, what? What is that? Oh, let us introduce you to HADS, your federal agency. And so soon after this, we had so many requests from feds that the HRT folks hosted a meeting. You name the agency, federal agency. That's all we did. FPS, DA, Border Patrol, FEMA, everybody. And we introduced them to it and tried to introduce them to the steering board, and it took off. Then we learned some other lessons later on. Next one we went to was upstate New York. I think New York State Police folks maybe one this week. New York State Police had picked up on it. They were in the first manhunt and said, hey, this tactic is pretty cool. We need to have it in New York State Police. They started running it. But this was a prison escape, Dannemora State Prison. Manhunt went on for a long time, going up toward the Canadian border. One of the lessons we learned there was our Achilles heel, and the way we run TAK is through cellular. The Adirondack Mountains, that far north, are pristine. I don't have cell phones. So we said, okay, we have a problem. Lesson learned. We have to find some other ways to communicate. The military uses mobile mesh radios. we can find some military or civilian type of over mesh communication, or we can do it standalone. So a lot of, this is a screen from the command post. So when people were out in the woods searching and collecting clues, they could mark them because the phone works fine with GPS, and the map works. They could mark those clues, and then when they got to connectivity, they could send and keep populating one screen in the command post, driving toward that wonderful thing we all want, and that's a common operating culture. That's always the fight to get it. San Bernardino, California, terrorist attack. This is being used as a briefing tool, but it's wind hack. We just started dropping markers like, where did the attack happen? Where was the arrest? Where was the subject's house? Oh, by the way, where's the command post? So we started dropping these markers, and now we could brief national level decision makers on what's going out there on the West Coast where nobody here understood what the hell San Bernardino. Oh, it's 70 miles from our field office. Oh, we got to set up a command post at the sheriff's office. Okay, we now had some situational awareness. But it wasn't live, it wasn't. 3 days later, we started seeing these dots appear. We now had teams out there that had TAC capability, ATAC capability. They're now involved in the fight. But before they got there, they had the map. They had situational awareness before they even learned where stuff was. So we learned a lesson that that's one of your things you can use it for. One day we saw these yellow, I call them clovers, like each charms, appearing on the map. We called our field office in Atlanta and we said, hey, you got something big going on? You got an operation? No. We learned a lesson from Katrina, that when Katrina comes through and wipes out your city, we can't find our personnel to go help them out. We have a Category 5 hurricane coming to hit the coast somewhere between Savannah and Brunswick. So they dropped a marker on all of their personnel's homes. So if they got hit by that natural disaster, they could then help that search, natural disaster public safety search. They could go to their homes and check. Genius. I've thought about that. So users drive the use and the development. Major standoff in Mount Vernon Wildlife Refuge near Burns, Oregon. The county's the size of Connecticut. We're bringing people from all over the country. Nobody knows this area. The roads aren't marked. There are no street signs. There's no addresses. So we built everything into that. We color-coded the roads, the major roads, so now people can see them. We use it as a briefing tool. In your brief, before you came deployed from Norfolk, Atlanta, whatever, you had a briefing and you got this package. So when you arrived, you knew where the CP was, your hotel, where your area of responsibility, and then when you're driving around, you can describe where you more hurricanes, working with our partners from FEMA and kind of reinforce the being able to federally, being able to work with our partners. Sometimes it's done, every job's done. Active shooters, we're having more and more, too many. This one happened at a deli in Newark. One of the things that the tactical folks did ask for was a tactical overlay. If you see that ATAC, if you make a box, click tactical overlay, it'll color code. Some tactical teams use this white, black, red, green color coding system. And if you could put that in there, things become easier to articulate. So right away, we saw people in Newark mark the crisis site and more importantly, mark the command post. So when people are responding to become part of the solution, they know where to go. And they can put on roads that are blocking off. So if you zoom out a little bit, it becomes significant because all these green dots and blue and teal dots are on their way to that crisis site. Lots of people coming to help. They know where to go. So we get a lot of value. Natural disasters. Earthquake near Ponce in San Juan, Puerto Rico. What does that mean to us? We don't have consequences. Mark it, show some radius rings, and what people does it affect, what operations will it affect. We share it. Counter UAS. It started becoming a big thing, and it's a bigger thing now for special events. So special event planning, especially outdoor events. This is the Super Bowl. It was in Miami. Those are TFR range rings. We work with FAA. We set up those range rings. Look, what is the TFR? We need to see it. What are the venues? If you've been involved in a Super Bowl, you know that it's not just game day in one stadium. It goes on for a week. There's lots of venues and concerts. So all of those are marked. Sometimes we have fun with cool icons for hotels. Where's the airport? But important, where's the TFR and how that affects our counter UAS mission. 2020. Some people refer to it as the summer of love and mostly peaceful protests around the country. And lots of people and lots of agencies involved in response to the criminal activity, not the protected speech, but the criminal activity that went with it and the violence. So this was an average day all over the U.S. Lots of people, if you zoom in, each of those dots becomes a cluster. And it was used in a lot of places, sometimes for our own protection, sometimes for marking where are the sites where violence is happening and a no-go zone. So when agents and personnel come from out of town and the local information says, do not go in that market. I don't care who you are, you're going to get robbed, mugged, killed. So, okay, that's good to know. And so everybody got that on their phone, and you could even do a geofence where they got an alarm. Tell them, you're on your own, you just cross it. So we've used it for lots of things. Conventions, FBI, local police, Secret Service, different types of maps. We've used it in, this is the inauguration, a year later, 2021, but it looks like what we call skittles on a map and a lot of letters. So lesson learned. The community has an agreed upon interagency naming convention and color convention based on job roles. So really quickly, you can find your bomb tech or whatever responder you met. But we also have to take that call sign and shrink it down because it becomes this if we don't have agreed upon control. Other agencies have come up with great ways of using it to and taking advantage of stuff we already do. So the all of these events, special event planning, the geo intel folks, we'll make them out. We'll print it out on a plotter printer, put it on the wall, and the command post, good, because if all this tech dies, we've got that. Great. But they made it, and they used certain tools, and we just asked them, hey, can you give me that file in a KMZ or a GPX or shape file? It will ingest, import it in from there, which gives us a lot of things. One, reduces work, we don't have to do it again. Two, it makes it consistent, so we don't have 2 or 3 different maps. We have one map that matches up. So in this case, it was the Kansas City area. Those are police precincts. Agents came there from all over the country. They don't know where center zone is. Indy 500, big open air event. Another problem for counter UAS. So here, you can see the TFR, color coded in the ring, and we've marked safe landing zones where we're going to bring down drones if we need to, and where there are events. So all this information we're going to use different ways. This was a major operation in Central California, San Francisco, Sacramento area. And we hosted this in Moffett Field. The Air Force and Air National Guard let us use their space. It was awesome. They came in and they saw us using this. They said, what the hell is that? We said, sir, it's ATAC and WinTAC. Thank you for letting us happen. How are you using it? And we had live aircraft. We showed them these are hospitals. Attached to that marker are photos and documents about the hospital. So all the medical people have all the information they needed with WinTAC they can go to. Each of the teardrop marked numbers is at an arrest or search warrant site. Information about that site is in there. So we've used it, but even more critical, we found out that to bring all these arrestees, subject to being arrested, to the processing center, they're coming from all over the state. They have to get to one specific spot on Moffett Field. And these drivers and agents have never been there. And we use this to brief them. And last minute, we found out that, oh, you're bringing some in at 3 in the morning? Well, the Ellis gate is closed until 6. So last minute, we had to find another gate that is open 24/7, add that route, and distribute it to everybody. We did through that. And then, where do they go? Once they get on base, here's where you go. You brief them on this, and then they could even check on their own phone. Yep, I'm in the right parking spot.
3 minutes, about 5 minutes. Thank you.
What's coming? What's new now? What's coming? Plugging into aviation feeds. These are live aircraft. And we're able to put in a layer in tag in a special bed in DC. Marking other territories that aren't on a normal map. Those are FBI, field office, resident agency territories. Those aren't on a map. We created them in tag, so you knew which territory you were in. You're a comm guy. Where are my repeaters? My radio, LMR, radio repeaters. Typically, we have it on a piece of paper or laminated card in our vehicle. Now you have it on your screen, and you know where you are relative to them, so you can know which repeater channel. Use D10, digital train elevation data. You can put in that dot. We plug in. This is a 100-foot tower, and we wanted X radius. Green means you're probably got a good shot of hitting that tower. Red, because of some terrain feature. Las Vegas, we got more sophisticated with the counter UAS. That's the TFR ring. Within that, we made our own zones and had what we call GIT, ground intercept teams. If a drone's detected, we don't have mitigation authority, which is a whole legal issue. We can dispatch a team to that drone authority. We can tell, use this to dispatch. Terrain elevation data, 3D, helps people visualize the terrain they don't understand until. So, pager, we're just starting to use it. It's a neat recall tool that's becoming available. So to go back out of law enforcement into another public safety, search and rescue, recent real world event here in May in the Shenandoah. We have a missing person. Some people use another app called StarTopo or CalTopo. It's great for this tool. When we got up there, they gave us a QR code to get it, but we had no cell. Couldn't get on the system. So pulled out ATAK, used it standalone, had downloaded the maps. That's the other thing we learned over time. You're going to go to a very area that you need to quickly need maps, download them. So here, purple is the search area. That was the sector our team was given, that box. If any of you know terrain, the river, is that uphill or downhill? It's downhill from the starting point. So purple shows where the center of the search team went, back and forth down the hill, and then back up the hill. At the end, or live, you can see how they covered. This was from the command post. We drove to our starting point, got out, got on foot, zigzagged back and forth down the mountain to the river, and then this last hour or so. But we got back, and so what can you do with this as a planner or your medical support? Hey, how much of a rough job did we give that? I really like things like that. Or is there a better way to get to point X than having them on the street? So a lot of things that you can do. So that's some of the lessons learned and some of the ways we've used that. From here, I just repeat, listen to your users, listen to their requirements, and they need to know to learn some of the plugins and other things that are already there. A lot of times they don't realize, hey, you know, do this. So there's a feature of that, my contact information there. If anybody has questions or details you want to hear, and I appreciate your time. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the history of coming down here. Look forward to listening to where you're taking. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna switch out back to the main slides here. We have some review to go over about the coding challenge. I know you're all probably checking your clocks. We did slide a little behind. We're gonna make that up right at this moment. What you'll see. Okay, so the next thing we wanted to go over was to announce sort of the ground rules and the overview of the coding challenge. Let's see. What we'll do is, why don't we work on this slide deck instead? Why don't we do the break now? We were supposed to have about a 10-minute break. If we can all resume to at 10:10. That'll give us just about 10 minutes. It's about 8-9 minutes. 10:10, we'll be back here. We'll do the coding challenge, and then we'll go to our first panel. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you after the first break.
Great job. Thank you. Sorry, I missed looking at my watch when I started, and I was like, I had no idea how long I've been up here. Is that covered?
Yeah, it was great.
I was trying to emphasize the points you gave.
Yeah, the funny thing is, every time I hear somebody tell the origin story of tags,
It's different.
Okay.
it's a different than my origin story.
That's it happens every event.
Yeah, yeah, that's not what happened. What are you talking about? No, who told him that?
I've been told ATAC started it or this. So we pushed back on that.
Yeah.
And I was told, no, it really did start at Dartmouth. It's like, no, I
I
was
saw-
in the breach.
I saw a thing last week that says that ASRL funds the tech products. I thought about
How's that
sending it to you. That might have been the Russian story.
That was honestly the biggest.
Yeah, yeah. So that was close enough to reality. It's good. We believe
The Russian one?
No,
This,
no, it's good. It was so good. A couple of the early stories where it doesn't matter where it came from. Yeah, I heard NGA. One time somebody from
Not if you ask Eric Clark.
You're Ralph.
I am Ralph.
I'm Kadar. I'm from
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming. Yes.
I was just telling my boss, he's at the right time.
You had you don't look, I think you had a picture on your thing that doesn't look like you today.
Hopefully better.
Yes, yes,
Tell that
yes.
story.
I imagined you with a shock of beautiful lady's hair.
That is not me, unfortunately.
That's
That's like
somebody
years
else.
ago. No, I was telling my boss, he sits at right path, right? Because we're under AFRO SBN. Like all the Anson folks were assigned to, so I'm technically an AFRO employee, right? But my
Yeah, somebody told me that, but I didn't believe it after talking to you.
yeah. So I'm technically under SBN, which is that right path. I was telling my boss earlier this week. I was like, hey, like, glad that we're doing this. Like, there's a lot of like stuff with Ensign and RI going on, right? Like this today, and then like our directors up in New York for our accelerator kickoff with I guess the Griffiss and
You know, a lot of people
Monica,
go
I
on.
think, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I'm really glad I could make it today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for helping us out. It turns out, I didn't know I was violating the ethics, but apparently no. So now you're not funding. It's a so we're going to much things about how to the lawyer.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Wait, so AFRL RS not sponsoring this? See, in the same way that Ensign is using a FAR-based contract to sponsor this. So,
Right. Yeah.
whatever.
Right. This wasn't a conference, and then we invited originally our keynote speaker to be a colonel from ACC,
Okay.
and his people said, "Hey, this is a conference."
How's it?
According to the AFR rules, no, according to the Air Force rules, this year, yes, because this is true. If you look at the Air Force conference rules, every time you go to the class,
Okay.
if you travel to meet people, it's a conference.
Okay.
So then you can't have sponsors for conferences.
Okay.
So now AFRL's not sponsoring because I put some money in,
Yeah.
and I didn't really need your money.
Yeah.
Your money is great now.
Yeah.
It was really helpful. Like as of like 3 weeks ago.
Right.
It didn't occur to me to tell you this story until just now.
Right.
Pretend I didn't tell you.
Hey, so like, so you're not here for a conference. What are you doing?
No, this is a conference. It's not an AFRL sponsor.
Oh. But if you can't attend an AFRL sponsored
No, I
conference.
can attend one. I can't sponsor. I can't sponsor this conference because there's another thing that's it's the rules. Honestly, I think the rules are good, and I think the next time we do this, we will be aware of the rules and organize it differently so the lawyers don't get it.
Honestly, if you want to go through us, I mean, we have a fire-based vehicle to do it. I think we have a 7600A and everything. So,
I will tell you, the next one of these might be much larger.
okay.
So we actually the TAC typically has, and if you want to come to this, you're welcome to. In August, we have a big 3 or 4 day event with it's mostly military focus.
Okay.
It turns out it's everything that you just said with military radio.
Right.
Right? And then there's some plug-in stuff. And you'll see a bunch of advanced developments. In February, I think we're going to do another one of these. I wanted to do this in February,
Okay.
but it's probably going to be much larger. And it will probably be in Tampa. It will probably be associated with SoCal.
Got it. Okay.
But we probably will organize it. I like the organization of this event, although there are several things that I'm worried that are going to be a cluster. I think we're mostly beyond that now.
Hey, I was going to say,
As
I
of 2
remember
days
the
ago.
2014, we loaned you guys the radios.
Or you
The
have
man
speakers
MPUs.
and
We did
developers
some pretty
and
things.
vendors
Oh.
to represent the whole ecosystem, you know?
Right.
And so it's up to do it.
And they
More
said, hey, we really need some
military
radios.
focus.
I can sell continuity out there.
Ralph, I mean, the offer stands. Like, we have, we're actually hiring someone to sit in Tampa. We're hiring someone like a contractor to sit in Tampa just to be like our dance and rep out there.
Oh, yeah. So the movie.
Kadar from NSIS, who's technically an FRL employee. Ryan McLean,
Right.
who's the Tech Power Center director and former FRL.
Oh, okay, got it.
Kadar co-sponsored this event. And
You're the guy.
it turns out Ryan and I both used to co-sponsor it.
Okay. Formally.
So KR, when I was telling him about the thing that we got to in February, he said, "Hey, if you want my help with that, let me know. We're hiring a guy in Tampa to do this."
He's like, all right, so Ensign is like a distributed staff.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, when I go there, the company said, "You know why you need money? We have 20 other demo devices." So we took and the tech agency, you're like, so we planted these into the ground.
Especially this type of
No, that's something different. The dog get down.
The dog gets pretty popular.
But these are just these things you bury.
And I was just telling Ralph,
And he gave us money to do it. I even told him, look, I don't really need money. They didn't need his money then. Turns out I need his money. They made me take my money back.
oh, nice.
So we're probably going to partner with them.
Hopefully not too much. You know, trying to cram it in.
I pick it up.
I wanted to basically give the FBI account, so
Okay. I used to come up here with long time ago, and I couldn't talk to Scott. I couldn't talk to him,
But he's
and then he saw it. But he introduced me to.
located with Earth.
Yep, that's
Oh yeah, yes. And then he introduced me to. So I have all of my contacts here gone. And then I started coming back out to the because I communicated. That's the world now. So I got a bunch of my people that said, they're going to build the.
You're already talking to John.
in Huntsville. We're going to build this whole command center.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like,
Okay.
well, Trophy's down there, but this is separate. It's a training facility.
Wow,
And
that's
they're going to talk about building this.
So wait, are you?
They're going to look at the FBI office.
No, I was Bill at
We're building
Amarillo.
7 years out. Let me take you to.
Left active duty.
We brought him here.
Served part-time.
Yeah, I said, that's what you need to do. Not what we have
Doing
today.
that.
Where are you? This is what you need to do.
TAKathon Center. So we're the central. It's not.
Now I gotta look up this.
Yeah, it's the central
You're not here.
organization. We're governed
Well,
by
thanks,
the
nice to meet you.
Series board. People like to say you're sick.
Oh, great.
Sweet songs on the phone.
Yeah, I saw that name on the post.
Yeah, we're not tied to we're not tied to a program.
So there's about early on, so programs of record across the DoD.
I'm sure he would.
More or less it does
Close retirement.
Jackson.
It used to.
Oh, that's it.
Jim
But,
Jackson.
you know,
So
give it away
he's
for
retired.
free. And so it's just the ecosystem more than it's a.
Exactly.
I'm retired. So anyways, good to meet you. Yeah.
I hate killing the good networking. I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure we get through our great information sessions as well. Thank you. Thank you. So, just returning to the schedule. Let's start to show you where we're at and how we'll catch up here in just a moment. Ralph Kohler and I will go over a little bit of this coding challenge, sort of a sense to give you a sentiment of what we're looking for and some of the prize structure and any of the demo day outcomes. And then we'll be right back on track. Our next panel, our first panel will resume close to on time. So we will then make up time. As you can see, there'll be a full hour for lunch, and then the next event structured item doesn't start till 1:30. So there's some time in there as well for continuing these good conversations and networking. One thing I think we didn't neglect or point out quite as much, Samsung on the 6th floor, that demonstration area, that's their working offices. They have set up their TAC relevant demonstration booths and our sponsor booths as well. But around that kitchenette, there's water and coffee stations. So we'll try and see if we can get something else maybe up in the room later. And certainly we're staging water bottles, so we'll make it a little more comfortable up here. I appreciate everyone's patience. Let's get started then on what we're talking about through the coding challenge. So again, these documents are on Eventbrite. We wanted to give you a sense of what we meant, what we were kind of hoping for. What will happen is eventually we're going to let creativity flow. We're going to meet each other, you're going to talk, you're going to hear some panels, you're going to hear some ideas. If you want to submit for a coding challenge, you can do that in Teams, you can do that on a product you had in the hopper and you wanted to kind of maybe put some polish on. We're not saying that having invented pure here. We also don't want essentially you pulling something out of your DevOps cycle that was going to sprint kickoff next week and pull it forward. This is still supposed to be an ad hoc scenario where you meet new people and be additive into some solution that you build. But that being said, we just want to clarify that when we're talking about public safety, we're talking about anything around civil, civic, paramilitary, fire, search and rescue, first responders, large public event security. You saw in Jim's speech things like the Super Bowl scenario, perimeter or building or campus security, be it a corporate building or maybe a higher education campus or around key events or festivals, those sorts of items. What do you want to build? Well, we're going to talk with some specific seeded ideas that are a little more technical, but we want you to think about how do you make public safety better. The broad charge of making it work well inside of a TAC environment. We'll have some ideas we'll go over here in a second, but your idea eventually will be to pitch on demo day on Thursday a solution of some sort. Now that can be somewhat, like I said, incomplete, but on its way. If you've got screenshots, if you've got live code you want to show, what we'll do is we will send out on Wednesday afternoon, tomorrow, a list, a form, and if you can say, hey, I'd like to demo. I think I have something, I think I'll be ready to go. We'll at least start then this slot, and that'll tell us whether we have 5 people who want to show something, 20. We'll then adjust the demo and judging time based off of the number of solutions we see. So you'll have a chance again to meet up, team up, think of some ideas, think if you want to code, come together, brainstorm a little bit, and then if you want, we'll have a submission form to officially be part of demo day, because there are some prizes at stake. Obviously, this is to show our token of appreciation for cool solutions you're building and bringing forth. There's some extra items of swags and some fancier things we kind of kept aside, a little more limited. And of course, street cred, bragging rights, and a pretty decent humble brag. It's about getting out and showing some what you got to your peers. So those prizes will be recorded after Thursday sessions, and we'll have on Wednesday late afternoon, we'll have a building for everyone to register if they want to participate. So that's the structure of how we coding challenge will work. It made sense for us to go a little more deeper since we have such great technical expertise in our planning work. We wanted to sort of like give you a little bit of sense of like more technical solutions and ideas. So at this point, I'm going to ask Ralph to come forward. Ralph Kohler, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, thanks everybody for coming. This is a great turnout, and it shows that the TAC ecosystem is strong and growing. When we started to put this together, we canvassed the first responder community as best we could, and we came up with a far too long list of things that people might consider. Computer-aided dispatch was one that quite a few people brought up, and Raytheon EDN actually has prototyped and released a computer-aided dispatch framework plugin if people want to work on that. And Nate Soul is there with his hand up. Would be happy to talk about that in the other room if people are interested. You're up. Yes, thank you. You're a pro. Okay, so computer-aided dispatch, we built a framework. You guys more and more would like to support KLV in an open source video streamer. You can continue to pay your substantial fees for your streaming capability, but it would be possible to build an open source streamer from existing open source tools. We can use a better command console. We'd like to have ER status with markers of extended skill sets. There might be a variety of first responder tools that I'm not aware of that you guys might want to build in, and that might be the sort of thing that sponsors might be interested in. And Greg has a great set of tools that are linked on the web page that make it drop dead easy to integrate with TAC in a bunch of different ways. If you have ideas how we can fix our documentation, maybe that's not a.
I left that one in there for fun.
Yes.
No one wants to document, but it takes a community of of threads and posts and documentation to welcome the new coders. So.
Maybe got some ideas on how we can fix that you can talk to me later. There's a bunch of things we could do in weather. VNS works great, but we'd like it to work in flood zones or blocked roads, that sort of thing. And then I got one more I want to really hit. James talked about search and rescue. AFRL and other government agencies have been working on a military combat search and rescue tool. And and split that out so that people can build their own models for search and rescue. And that source code and some videos are available for how to do that. We also have a machine learning framework, again, where we open sourced the framework, and we've got some how-tos now, and we're working on improving that. If you want to bring machine learning in one way or another to TAC, we'd be happy to see that. But ultimately, this is your community. Build stuff that's good for first responders. And as a teaser, I expect to do a machine learning focused TAKathon like this, perhaps early next year. I'll take questions or I'll get off the stage. Questions? Excellent.
Thank you, Ralph. Appreciate it. Just to double click on something Ralph mentioned, the Raytheon BBN team has their own highlighted section. They'll go deeper into some of the things they talked about. And you'll notice there's some trade show boards. Thank you, Samsung, their flip board display is pretty awesome. There's some of the QR codes for exactly the sort of work that Ralph was talking about. They're up and around. And then that'll be integrated in part of the presentation tomorrow. I'm looking back to the future. Is that anything else you want to add to that? No, it's okay.
Yeah, no, the only thing to note on that front is on the board you see there are two QR codes. One, the smaller one will actually take you right now to TAK.gov and working with some information as well to get the ATAK plugin, the TAK registration plugin that will let you scan QR codes and immediately get on to the TAK server. The larger QR code is one that you can scan with that plugin. So it's actually a two-step process at the moment. First QR code takes the TAK.gov and the ATAK plugin. The second QR code takes that ATAK plugin to get you connected to the TAK server.
Awesome, thank you. So this time we're going to transition to our first panel and also officially sanction that the coding den is open on 7. There's some additional snacks and some additional swag in there if you need a quiet place to start working on development projects. Otherwise, we're going to jump right into our first panel. After I get this slide, so panel 1 is all about sort of the recent innovations on TAK in the platform sense. We're going to hear from Ryan, Mark, and Nate. They're going to come up and thank you guys for being so prompt. Each of them has their own unique perspective on this, and I think we're going to hear a little bit sort of like what's new and what's emerging. We are streaming, so we'll do a pass the mic thing. There's extra plenty for it. Don't worry about batteries and turning it on or off. And because we're streaming, if you do your breaks when you're huddling around, just be wary of the hot mic on the stream there if you are congregating in that corner. Just an FYI. So with that being said, please give a hand to Ryan and to Mark and to Nate. We'll come forward for our first panel. At this point, I'm going to stand aside and let them basically run this themselves. And of course, please give yourselves introductions. I did not do that yet, so I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Well, hey everyone, my name is Ryan McLean. I'm the director of the TAKathon Center. And first of all, I compliments to Seth, Ralph, the entire GI, and the same Paul. This is really something. I think this is the first time we've ever done this. Pretty amazing conversation. So thank all of you for being here, for showing your mind, for your mind. This is your industry. I know it's not easy to break away. Both in terms of what you're doing day to day and just getting intensive practice. So good on you for being here and thanks for being a part of the ecosystem. Before I hand the mic to these two fine gentlemen for their introductions, we're going to ask a number of questions today for the next 30 minutes or so. Just kind of what we see as the near-term horizon. We'll speak to some of the later developments that are going to be coming out. 4.10 is a bit of a precursor to the 4.10 release at the end of this month. We're going to get together, we'll setting down in Silicon Pines, plan out the 5.0 release. And let me couch 5.0. It's going to be really not that big of a step feature-wise. With 5.0, it's going to have some major under the hood.
All right, can you either speak up or turn it up? Some of the guys in the back are having a little trouble hearing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. Can you hear me better back there? You're a little bit of an echo. Okay, cool. It's like fun. All right. So 5.0 is a major version bump. It's a major version bump because there's some architectural things that are changing under the hood that may not be apparent at first glance. Things like mappage and scale, and the inclusion of, I'm sure you may have seen the press at this point, inclusion of the shared networking security technology that's going to for partner integrations. So let me hand it over to Mark and Nate here.
Hey, I'm Mark Egan, work for PAR Government. I'm the TAC program manager for our whole portfolio of TAC. So we're primarily services, wrench turners, master mechanics for TAC. So we're working on ATAC with TAC, TAC Edge Server, and myriad plugins. Notably for myself, I work day-to-day on our unmanned systems and sensor integration. So access security cameras. I know we owe Connor Spears on the support for security cameras. The different quadruped ghost robots that are out there, and a lot of the different blue UAS drones. But yeah, just bring us a requirement, hand us a wrench, we'll get after it. That's kind of our mantra. So that's the show.
Awesome. Morning, everybody. I'm Nate Soul. I'm with BBN. And super excited to be here. Really happy this event's happening. Excited that you guys are all here. At BBN, I lead the TAC Applications Lab, where we're building lots of new plugins, lots of new integrations, lots of new capabilities for TAC Server and for the other devices, other client platforms as well. And so, there were some slides we had for intros here.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry.
There we go. Perfect. So let's see. So there's me, and there's no shortage, as you guys all know, of innovation happening in the TAC ecosystem. If I'm losing my voice at all, it's because yesterday my team and I were presenting just the innovations we were doing in the TAC space just this year for about 7 hours, and that's just our team, and not to mention the bar team and what the product center is doing, and what the cool thing about the TAC ecosystem is what everyone here is doing too. All the champions for TAC that are out there building scripts and plugins and tools. So a lot going on. Well, I think we'll get into it a little bit later. Along the bottom here are just some of the plugins we've been building over the past handful of months. But it's not just in the plugin space, of course, where innovation is happening. In the configure here, we see there's innovation in the core products, in the plugins, in all the stuff that the TPC is doing with the DevSecOps platform on TAC.gov. Innovation in integration with new trackers and radios and other systems that are connecting into TAC. And then while we don't often put these two words together, there's actually a little bit of innovation in policy that's happening. It's making it easier to get ATOs or to distribute TAC to certain places. So a lot going on, and we'll talk about some of that in a minute. But of course, with all of this comes challenges too, right? There's so much innovation happening in TAC. How do you stay on top of it? How do you even become aware of what's going on outside awesome events like this? So maybe we need some innovation too in communication, or maybe there should be a innovation quarterly journal for TAC, or some kind of other mechanism to outside of these in-person events to get that word out there. So that's my spiel for today. Looking forward to talking some questions here.
So where we're going to start is a little bit of the Wayback Machine, similar to what Jim was talking about. It's about starting with where was TAC when each of us started doing TAC. We'll use that to frame kind of how far we've come and why some of the things we're doing now are important. So when I started doing TAC, it was about over 10 years ago. I showed up at AFRL. I was a pump second lieutenant, And I walk in and Ralph goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I can code." And he goes, "Well, we have this project called ATAK, and we need another developer on ATAK." And so back then, there was no plugin framework. The plugin framework that we take kind of for granted today, every time you wanted to add a feature to ATAK, which roughly corresponds to a plugin, it was a new build. It was a fork off of master, some branch off of master, something that you maintained for maybe months until it was merged back in, which is a horrible development pattern to be in. And so, yeah, it kind of started in those pre-plugin days. There really wasn't even the ubiquity of TAK server. So where Jim started showing the screenshots of running the manhunt in 2014, was it, in upstate New York? I remember there were people at AFRL trying to get travel funding approved because it was such a new thing. And this idea of the Air Force supporting the FBI, even a couple hours drive away, it was mind-blowing to leadership, this idea of collaboration. So like on the macro level, what I've seen is not just a trend, a really positive set of trends in architecture and making the products easier to shape with plugins, the functionality easier to shape with plugins without really perturbing the functionality of the core product. But also where people start to understand more about what TAK enables, they're willing to take more risk with their organization. They're willing to let agencies at the management level, where previously they would have said, no, there's a wall, there's a stovepipe for a reason. We've been burned in the past with this agency. Organizations and the government are now a lot more willing to, because they can see the power of multicolored dots and know that those dots aren't really affecting the other's operation. They're not competing with what they can do, they're actually adding. I've observed like organizational barriers being ground down in a lot of cases that 10 years ago, those organizations just didn't want to play good.
So where was I when I got introduced to TAK? I was working on a competing technology to TAK, and not one that many know about. It was from an Israeli company, and it was to do situational awareness, and they actually had something that they were trying to do. This is over a decade ago. That's similar to what the Share program's trying to do now. It's like eventual consistency, a database that can retain knowledge, serverless, right? So I send a message, Greg jumps into a bank vault, he misses the message, he comes out, he gets the message, all of those things. And it worked, but it didn't really work. And it surely was not free. There was a lot of licensing. And I remember the FBI actually opening my eyes to the fact I was on the losing team. I went to one of the sub entities there, and they said, "Yeah, more things for all the kit. This is great kit." I was like, "Okay, yeah, like let's crack it open. Let's go through the training." Like, "Oh well, I think we're just gonna take these MPU radios, and you can, yeah, we'll look at the other stuff later." And I said, "Well, what are you gonna go do with the radios?" "Well, we have these Samsung Note 2s, and we're gonna go use this thing called ATAK." I was like, "Okay, what's ATAK?" And then a friend of mine introduced me to Josh Sterling. He said, "Hey, you got to come behind the gate at Fort Belvoir and come to the night vision lab and see this thing called ATAK." And I remember Josh Sterling over a cup of yogurt introduced me to ATAK, and I'm sitting there, and he's like, "Yeah, what do you think?" I'm like, "We got to stop doing what we're doing. This is much better. This is a way better idea." And that was when the wheels started turning in my head to quit and get on the winning team.
So I think it was probably about 3 years after I started working with TAK that I heard something called TAK, because I heard obviously ATAK, but at that point I was working a lot on the server side of things, and it was called Marti at the time. And so I started working with Marti for quite a while, and then kind of gradually that became TAK server, and there were so many TAK clients that people needed to chop the A off of ATAK and use TAK to refer to the ecosystem as a whole. So that was interesting. And the way that I became involved here was, so BBN is a shop that does R&D where our big customers are AFRL and DARPA and folks like that. And TAK was this really great platform for us, not just from the capabilities that it provided, but as a pathway to showcase other things that we were doing, right? That's the beauty of tech, is if a plugin doesn't exist for it today, it might tomorrow. And so we have all this, tech with speech and language, or various encryption mechanisms, or information management. And we were able to really roll all of those things into ATAK plugins and then provide a transition path for things that would have otherwise really struggled to get over that chasm of prototype to operational capability. So for us, that's been amazing. And outside of the capabilities that TAK and the benefits that TAK provides out of the box, just this pathway for other cool ideas to quickly emerge has been great. The example that I've been talking to some folks in the back about is Ralph called me up 3 or 4 weeks ago and said, hey, do you think there's any chance we can build a computer-aided dispatch plugin and open source it before the Public Safety TAKathon? And I was like, well, that's 18 business days, but we did, and it's there, and happy to show demos of this later. But that's just the way that the TAK rolls, and part of why it's so awesome. So maybe a tangent there, but back to you.
That's a perfect segue. And it's so awesome to hear. I know like VBN is a subculture of like Big Red, Big Raytheon, but it's so refreshing to hear a traditional prime in defense like embracing a really lean and agile platform like this. It's very exciting. Now, what you were saying though leads into the next question, which is what problems we're working on today. You mentioned that for BBN, and I think many others would agree, the TAK products like ATAK, TAK Server especially, provide a really nice platform on which to innovate new capabilities, get them in the hands of users. And obviously, we talk about big programs in the government, fueling those, seeing them, crediting them, it's a much bigger process. But just getting the user that first taste of, hey, you can do this. It does, it takes maybe a day worth of work to get some shape showing up where it should on the map or what have you. At Product Center, the problems that we're working on today are kind of those foundational fundamental problems in the products, like the map engine, for example. The map engine, I think in ATAK and even 4.9, the latest release, it will really only handle a couple thousand markers on the map. And so for the 4.10 release, we hope this is something that people experience pretty shortly. 4.10 will comfortably handle at least 100,000 markers on the map. And that's, to the best of our knowledge, that's unprecedented on a mobile mapping application. But who's really going to run a mission with 100,000 markers? Not many people. Maybe the 4-star head of a global combatant, probably no one in this room. Where we think that really is going to pay dividends for the user, what happens to your phone when you're running ATAK for a while? It gets hot, it consumes power. The efficiencies that we built into the map engine itself now, that are also going to transpire to WinTAK and TAKX, but specifically ATAK, are going to pay power dividends for users. And that's a territory that we've not really ever been into in TAK. We've done profiling over the years, we've made it better, but now with kind of adopting a new rendering methodology with point sprites, we're seeing a whole new level of power efficiency and compute efficiency in the map engine. So we think that's cool. It's maybe something that's not thought about a whole lot, but like power efficiency of the application itself would be great things still. And then on the platform side, so that's kind of the role that we've carved out for ourselves in the community, I think, is building on the days of atakmap.com, takmaps.com, now tak.gov, providing a robust developer experience for developers. And we fully appreciate the spears that we catch today about, hey, why is open source on 4.6 for ATAK, 4.7 for TAK Server 12? what we learned when we open sourced these products over the past couple of years is we had to open source the source code to get to a publicly releasable artifact. And this is based on some archaic policy that's in place. But it's really hard to manage open source. So managing on GitHub and GitLab is a bad design decision. So we think there's probably a pathway in, like I said, in the 5.0 release, very, very low focus on features themselves with 5.0, but bringing all open source development onto git.tak.gov, the intent is pretty simple. We want the publicly releasable, the open source trunk to pretty closely mirror on a per commit basis what's available behind the curtain. So we do need to protect the kind of the master branch of ATAC, of WinTAC and whatnot, because there are currents record that depend on that protection. But what we can do is bring that open source flavor a lot closer to the protected trunk, if you will. So some innovation there that I think is going to materialize in the next few months. How do we keep a lot better consistency between open source as we know it today and what's shipped as permanent release record? And then I'd say finally, just the developer experience beyond the source code. Is it easy to access the APIs? Right now, what do you have to do to see the TAK server REST APIs? You have to download TAK server, you have to run TAK server, and then you have to go find the Swagger UI page, and that's horrible. So we think in the 5.0 release, and maybe before that, we'll actually start to produce some really nice, dynamically updated endpoints where it becomes very easy to access these API definitions. We want developers to be finding it easy to access TAK, put their hands on it, prototype on it, and get something to users, because that's where TAK has made its money to date, but there's some major improvements we need to make in the meantime. So yeah, core foundational stuff on the products that are side, the map engine, the comms layer, and then that developer experience. That's kind of what we're innovating right now.
Yeah, I think where we're innovating is thanks to Ryan on our side. Is since I've been in the program for the last 7 years, it was always from users, hey, I don't see a new feature, doesn't count, we're not doing anything. You're not doing anything meaningful if I don't see a new widget or a new feature. And I just said, hey, I think we need to take some technical debt here, take a step back, kind of make this more robust. And credit to Ryan. Ryan's really listened to, not me, the actual smart guys, developers, and they said, hey, we've got a lot of technical debt here, we need to consolidate and make this more robust, and that will make it into the future versus just, ramrodding a bunch of new features in there for every single release and trying to have the fireworks show be as big as possible. So credit to Ryan. The TAK UI Arsenal stuff coming out is a huge thing, right, too, for kind of a style guide as an innovation from Tech Park Center. I put together a couple of bullets here. One that I wanted to point out was, that's right, yeah, awesome. Actually working in innovation right now with AFRL and Nate. We worked on the bands plugin together, and then we're transitioning. What we did was we took some parts of the ATAK UAS tool where we were doing object detection. People are calling that kind of ATR, automatic target recognition, other things of that nature. But really in the public sphere, we're using open source BizDrone, YOLO types of TensorFlow-like models and bringing those in. And then with hopefully in the near future, the help of Nate, we're going to pivot that to also use the TAKML engine, kind of going back to this engine approach of we can learn and grow faster if we have really good dev tools that we can build off. So actually partnership on that is one of the key innovations I want to talk about today. We now have some support for different varieties of drones in the ATAK UAS tool. There's a couple fanboys in the back, I think is. Yeah, going back to what Ryan was talking about with thousands of markers, we've seen a little bit come out from users trying to subscribe to multiple data sync feeds in a tactical operations center where they're managing people in different locales, and those definitely have different data sync feeds, and being connected to both of them at the same time with a couple hundred markers was really grinding the system. And then going back to the battery part that Ryan was talking about, that's one of the first things I ask people is, what's your base plan? What's your base plan for battery? How are you going to use ATAC? Well, I'm going to use this really shiny, brand new Samsung phone with no case, and just walk around with that. And I'm like, might want to look into some other things, maybe Hubert back there, maybe an SD card tower to clone some SD cards. That's how we were doing it in the old school, getting our DTED and our map data, cloning all of that, and handing out SD cards like candy to everybody. So just those types of things, I think we're making movements to make that provisioning step a lot better, and also the usage of the tool. And one key really cool video that came out was 4.9 WinTAC, where it's kind of like a movie trailer. It's completely zoomed in on one little 3D object tank, and then it zooms out, and it's just the whole map is full of a bunch of moving markers. And that was a pinnacle, because I remember, Jim, you were saying the initial WinTAC, that was a difficult time in my life. Getting a lot of phone calls. I remember being with my wife at a hockey game. Hey, Mark, prepare for impact. This WinTAC's not working well. So I'm glad we're here where we are now. So yeah, the slides kind of say it all. So we'll pass it to me.
Awesome, thanks. So you might have just back to the other slide. I'll use that as a backdrop here. Thank you. Just to help remind me of all the things we're working on. So along the bottom here, we've got some icons and names for a handful of things that we're working on, and I tried to select just some that I thought would be relevant to this community, but there's certainly others. And if anyone wants to know what you would use DALL-E 2 and these AI art generators for, it's to create icons for programs apparently. So that's where most of these came from. All right, so I'll start on the left, and I will spend 20 seconds on each of these and just give you a flavor, but come find me afterwards if you want to know more. So TAKML, Mark mentioned this one. This is a framework that is intended to make it easier to use ML from your mobile device, so that you don't need to worry so much about what machine learning libraries are out there, what platform you're running on, if your model lives on the server or the client, if you want to swap out your model in an hour for a new one because another one was generated, great. All that kind of thing, making it simple and easy, giving a uniform interface to ATAC plugin developers to consume all of that. Easy registration, yeah. Well,
As you're going through those, tell them what people could use to develop with now to further extent. TAKML and CAD.
Oh, you mean like what's out there today?
Right. Yes. You got a list going through. How can people interact?
Got it. Yes. Fair enough. The question for anyone who couldn't hear that was, let's make sure for each of these to mention where people can go, how people can go start to use this stuff today. So TAKML, open source on GitHub. It is also, there is now a TAKML wiki space on wiki.tak.gov where you can go and download all the artifacts, download documentation. I believe we've got some videos posted there. And if not, linked off the TAKathon website now or soon will be some videos on how to get started using TAKathon. Next one up here, easy registration. This is the one that briefly mentioned earlier when Seth brought it up. This is the ability for an ATAC user who's already connected to a TAC server to request a TAC server give it a QR code that they can then pull up on their ATAC device, and another user can then scan that QR code to automatically get connected to that same TAC server. And so you can go device to device like that, but you can also print out that QR code or put them up on a screen like we've got over here, send them over email, SMS, etc. So it's just an easier way to get somebody quickly kind of ad hoc up onto the new TAC server. And I don't know if I've got the right set here, but there is a theme going on in the innovation that we're trying to do, and I think let's go ahead and Brian brought this up and Mark too, of just let's make things easier with TAC, with TAC server, but with everything TAC. Let's make it easier to install and use and quickly provision and get all the devices with what they need. So the easy registration is just an example of that. That one you can grab off tak.gov, and we're hoping sometime today to put it at another place that folks might be able to grab it from if you don't have tak.gov access. TAC team, this is just a an ATAC plugin that will let you see your team even if they're offline. So you can go to a web page, define who your team is, and then they're going to show up in your ATAC contact list whether they're connected or not. And you'll be able to see if they're online or not in that contact list, but if they're not, you'll be able to click to send them an SMS or an email, and so you'll be able to quickly see at a glance, oh, only 8 of the 10 folks on my team are up and connected, and I got to go bug a couple people. Riptide, this one's a little bit different. This is for somebody that might be adrift in a, let's say, a life raft or a disabled maritime vessel, and it will predict, given ocean currents and other data, where they might be drifting to, and will give them recommendations on how they should act. Should you start paddling west in 2 hours, or in the future, we're hoping to integrate this with some AIS historical data too, so that we can essentially learn shipping lanes, and if someone's not close enough to get to shore, direct them to get to a shipping lane where they have a better chance of being spotted. TAK-BLE, BLE in this case is Bluetooth Low Energy. So this is about taking your ATAC device and sharing it with your friends, some markers or chat or something, sharing with your friend's ATAC device over Bluetooth Low Energy. We actually started developing this because there's a tactical radio that speaks BLE, and we wanted to go ATAC to the tactical radio, but then quickly realized that this might be great for device to device too. TAK-CAD, this is the one I was mentioning earlier, the computer-aided dispatch that we really just put together over the course of the past month. But this one allows you to specify an incident, give it a title, a description, and a location, and then that blasts it out to other ATAC users who all get a pop-up. And then it says, hey, there's an incident, here's the details, it's at this location. Currently, your own ETA to get there is 7 minutes driving or 15 minutes walking. Do you want to respond, yes or no? And if you hit yes, you get added to a list of people that are responding to that incident that can be viewed in the plugin, along with a constantly updating ETA. You can click on any responder to see what their route is and where they're at. Last few here, TAK Cordon. This is for setting up a cordon or perimeter around, say, a suspicious package or any kind of event or incident that might need cordoning off. And it will allow you to specify where that cordon is. It will let you set traffic control points and other control points that are red until a staff member, a personnel from your team goes and mans that point, at which point it'll turn green. It'll detect the buildings and footprints in the area and turn all of those red if they're in the cordon until you tap on them and mark that building's cleared, at which point they go green. So it's a management tool for particular incidents. Mobile Federation Manager, here written as MFM. This is a tool to manage your TAK server federations from your ATAC device. So you've got a previously configured federation. It's not labeled right now, but all of a sudden you have an ad hoc need to go communicate with somebody else. You tap the toggle button, it turns on. You can actually change all of the characteristics of the attributes of the federation as well from within the tool. And last one over here, TAK Intel. At the moment, this is a little bit of slideware. We're just getting going on this, but this is more or less a data and analysis storefront for TAK. So one of the things that we found is there's this pattern where somebody's got a great data set, they want to get it into TAK, they have to go build their own integration, and great, they go and solve that problem, and then the next person reinvents the wheel and takes their other data set, same thing, and same thing for kind of analysis as a service. I want to scan some imagery and detect the building footprints. Well, that's a great service I'd love to consume from TAK. And if I build an integration, that's great, but it doesn't necessarily help the next person. So the goal and thinking here is that let's put in place a storefront where I can go and I can say, oh, I want to get some ADSB data or some AIS data or a stream of live UA data or whatever it might be, and I can tap a button, have it pulled into TAK in a uniform way, make it easier for people to consume the data, make it easier for data and service providers to provide that data, and a future thing down the road, some people want to make money off the data or services they're providing. Maybe we can actually have this be truly a storefront where there's ability to subscribe to feeds that might cost money and still have it accessible from within ATAK. So, and with some of the other concerns that come up in that scenario. All right, that's the World War II. Sorry. Ralph points out we should mention one of the other ones that is particularly relevant to this community, is not on the slide. I think I need to go create an icon for it, is Landsar. So this is a search and rescue tool with predictive analytics. So you go and you specify the last known location of a lost person. You provide some other info, their weight, what they might be carrying, and then you select a motion model that describes the kind of best class of how they might move. So picture an Alzheimer's motion model, or a dementia motion model, or a skilled hiker motion model. All these people are going to move in different ways. And so you select those parameters, and then the system pulls in elevation data and land cover data and works with that model and other parameters you provided to predict where that lost person might have been, might be now, or might be at some point in the future, and renders all of this as a heat map on ATAC that you can drag a timeline slider back and forth and see that end, you can see where people are going to go. And then it can, additionally, if you say, I've got a helicopter, I've got 10 folks on foot, it can tell you how to best deploy those to cover the space.
That was Landsar, L-A-N-S-A-R?
Landsar, so like land and search and rescue. Yes, and that there is a motion model plugin architecture that was added to Landsar recently. And so one of the things folks might want to consider for the coding challenge this week is if you know something about how a particular class of folks might move, or if you want to try a new technique. A lot of what we've got now is not machine learning based, but that's a really good thing to apply to this space if you happen to have that data, historical data about where folks have been and how they move. So there's an SDK where you can extend Landsar. Landsar base, the platform you operate this on, is now publicly released. The Landsar SDK is open source. And again, I think at some point along the line, I stopped telling people where you can grab this stuff. Just find me afterwards if you have questions.
We don't have time to.
Yeah, we have, so we have about 10 minutes, and obviously there's things, like the last comment, but I was gonna maybe pause and ask if there's audience questions right now. Does anyone have questions or updates or things you want to hear from the panel?
Nate, I'm just curious about TAKBLE, what's the status on that?
Yeah, so the question was TAKBLE, what is the status on that? Currently, it is there and it works, and it works for COT data. The extensions that we're doing to this actively right now are twofold. One, some aesthetics, it looks like a developer tool right now, so we're making it prettier. And two, going beyond COT to be able to handle mission packages and other files and general API calls. So it's there if anyone wants to go and test it out, but you can get a copy. If you're waiting for the polished product, probably 3 months.
Other thoughts, questions? Anyone want to know about tech platform? In the back.
Sir, the Cordon, what is the estimation for
Cordon availability, maturity, estimation for when it's available.
Yeah, great. So when will the Cordon tool be available? That one is still under development. If you want to see a demo, we can definitely show you that now, and it's there and functions and works. It's same kind of concept where there's a little bit of aesthetics to layer on top of it, though not all that much, and then just some kind of ease of use improvements and integrating with data sync. So there's a few capabilities left to add, and we're actually kind of on pause on it while we're waiting for incoming funding. So I would say within a few months, we will be rolling on that again, and then there's probably only a few months left. So you could say 6 months from now for a polished product, or if you want to beta test it now, happy to make that happen.
Is that Jones in the background?
Yes, sir.
Hey, yeah, there's a ATAC EUV plugin that uses net explosive weight to do cordons too. So I know you guys are tight with your EUV crew up there right now. So that might be a good additional cordon tool you could use. I don't know what happened to that plugin, but I'm sure it still works.
Mark had on the list a augmented reality video player thing based on the
UAS tool. Can you explain what that is or what's that for?
Yeah, actually, AJ made a cool video of it the other day. Repeat the question. Yeah, so I was asking a question about what is the ATAK augmented reality video overlay plugin, the AVO plugin. So what the AVO plugin does is instantiate a overlay onto the core ATAK video player, and it fuses the 2D, or sometimes now we have 3D, but it takes the 2D cop markers on the map and fuses them onto the video frame. So it's a derivative of the ATAK UAS tool. So that was really cool. But the ATAK UAS tool is a bit of a barrier to entry because you must have a UAV. But most everybody is pooling full motion video, and oftentimes they're pooling full motion video that has key length value data, metadata in the video stream. So if we know where your aircraft is and what it's looking at and getting 4 corners on the map, so that it's not pitching the gimbal to infinity, but actually pitching to the ground, and we're able to calculate 4 corners. If we know what markers are in those 4 corners, we'll fuse them and show them to you in the video frame.
We actually use that on a recent incident. I've got some screenshots I can show you. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Thank you. Others? Yep.
The MFN, is that available now? And UUA?
Yeah, the question was for the MFM, the Mobile Federation Manager, and the easy registration. Are those available now? For easy registration, yes, that's on TAK.gov for anyone who has access there, and we're working to get it available in a place for folks that don't have access there. For MFM, that one, kind of like the other two, is still under active development. Really the same story. Fully featured and just needs to look prettier. So it's certainly ready for beta testing, but a polished product is probably a couple months or so from being ready.
Hey, in a comment, as you're looking to try these new capabilities, has anybody used an ATAK 49 the Link EUD tool? Okay, this is a new tool we built into ATAK for 49. If you go into Link EUD tool, you get an 8-digit code. You click on that, take you to browser, authenticating with TAK.gov, you get a sample token back down. Now, in the plugin manager tool, you can access all the plugins that you would normally be able to access on TAK.gov. Now you don't have to sideload plugins from TAK.gov. Okay, so it's very Netflixy and kind of the Chris Lawrence's words, not mine. How you access the plugins. There's an easier way to access plugins now, and that will continue to build on that. We have the EUD, TAK.gov type, we can start adding content availability, the authenticated off-ramp streams and whatnot. So a lot of potential there. Yeah, map data, potentially, a lot of work we're doing on the back end of TAK.gov to make TAK.gov a lot more useful to the end user. More questions?
I had a question. So I very much appreciate the tech debt approach and the 5.0 release. Don't look for the shiny features, but look for sort of the clients and more mature open source capable.
Yeah.
What's your timeline there? Is it something you can comment on? Should people who might be on the fence of 4.9 development versus 5.0 you mentioned, and cross-grade upgrade challenges, make them want to build now on 4.9 and be okay for a while? Anything like that?
Yeah, I think we expect the plugin APIs to be fairly stable. They might change slightly going from 4.10 to 5.0, but in general, the plugin APIs, they drift minimally version to version. 5.0 will be releasing in late November, so we're on a 120-day release cadence for the minor version updates. So 4.10 will come out in a couple weeks, and then 5.0 will come out in late November for ATAK SIP first, and then the remaining products cascade off that.
Let's do 1 or 2 more questions, and then we'll have final thoughts on the balance. If you want to recap, I'll give you some more. In the back.
I don't have a question about plugins, more about data. Is there any plans for sending MB file, vector file, labels, or GeoJSON style sheet capability, as well as the new geopackage vector file being adopted by OGC, supporting vector file inside of geopackage, or geopackage vector features as well, which is not
I'm going to take that back to the team because I don't think we have that firmly. I know we've talked a lot about how we take advantage of the opportunities in vector data, but there have been technical blockers to really taking advantage of it. So I think we're now at a point where we can reconsider that. We don't have anything slated for release 5.0 right now, but we'll see the team session. Thank you for that question. The question was about vector data, geodata, so just making the map a much more dynamic experience. So it's not just a set of image tiles. You can use like Mapbox, for example, which is phenomenal things you can do with Mapbox data, customizing the map. And that's what that question was taking us to, which is how can we make the map engine itself a lot more powerful for the user than just a display of image tiles. Yeah. One more, maybe?
One more. Any other questions from the audience? Anything you want to know? Okay, so I'd love to, yeah, good.
And you guys mentioned earlier about battery life. We were very important for that 10 stuff. That has been a big issue for some of the vendors I've been working with. How much more we actually prevent? A significant amount or a decent amount? Is it something we should mention?
Yeah, we haven't characterized it yet. That's one of the things we'll do with the 14 release is start to characterize the power consumption improvement. What we do know is that there are some very expensive operations in the map, or there were very expensive operations in the map engine, like file system access while we're rendering each point. So we've taken, at a very fine-grained level, we've taken a really hard look, profiling the map engine itself in the code at execution, pulling those high cost operations off of the thread that's rendering the low and medium markers on it. So while we've not characterized it, we do think there's going to be a noticeable improvement. Don't know quite what noticeable we'll measure this just yet.
Very cool. So what I'd like to ask is just some final thoughts and closing thoughts, and then maybe just frame it for us in like anything you see that is exciting you from your perspective, or that you'd like to see for the end of 23, or even maybe what might get kicked off at our challenge to this event. So a near-term look at what's ahead and what's exciting.
Right. Near-term look at what's ahead. So part of it is wrapping up and polishing all the things we're talking about here. But for me, I think there's two major thrusts that I see. One is, I mentioned earlier, making everything easier. So the extra plugins or extra capabilities to make it quicker, easier to install, to get a new device onboarded, to get a new team member onboarded, those kind of things. And then the other is machine learning, where we've got TAKML that we're talking about at the framework level, but there are endless possibilities at the application level. What do we do with this now? And so one example of something that we're working on right now is a project we're calling Nourish ML. It's an edible plant assistant where you point your ATAC device at a plant, it tells you the species, and then use that species information to look up edibility information, medicinal information. So for somebody who's attempting to survive in the wilderness, for example, you can understand the world around you. But that's one of thousands of things that we should do with ML in TAK. And so kind of under maybe those are the two big umbrellas that I see is new capabilities that are in the ML space and built on ML and making TAK easier. And then the only thing I'll add in wrapping up here is not a new piece of information, but a request from everyone here. If you have thoughts or requirement requests or capability requests or anything I mentioned today, please pass it our way, because we're not building these in isolation, but I'm also not a first responder or filling the roles that you guys are. So let us know what works, what doesn't, what you need, and we can roll that in. So thanks.
Yeah, my final thoughts are getting more success stories where somebody uses TAK and didn't need any training, that it was that intuitive. We had a gunnery sergeant and he used the ATAK UAS tool, did it with kind of making it a forward observer. He had no training, he just picked it up himself and got it working, and that was the aha moment to me. It's almost like learning a foreign language, getting it right there and being fluent in it. And then I hope that the velocity, which I have noticed, of text messages of, hey man, what does this mean? Or and why isn't this working? Where what does remove passphrase mean? What is the upgrade tool versus the system flavor and all these other things that people are still training on, and hopefully we'll get there. There's always that careful balance between, do you want us to really have a developer work on that, or can you learn to train on that? And I think it's a good learning experience always for me to get that feedback from different users. And then one exciting concept of operation, workflow, and kind of problem set that my colleague in the back, Chad, is working on, if anybody wants to see it, is this. We've been talking about data and how to get good data to TAK, because TAK isn't really usable until you provision it correctly. You get a lot of users that say, oh, I don't have any map sources. I'm just looking at a blue marble globe. I don't have any elevation data. What do I do? I don't know how to use this tool. It's not working out of the box. And unfortunately, that's the reality of where do we find good free, this being the public safety forum, where do we find good free? Who's going to pony up that free data and get it to us and make it out of the box work? And it's tough. That's why we have some of the things I mentioned where the vehicle navigation system, you need your own license to go to a turn-by-turn navigation service that you get a server, or the weather plugin. There's a couple free options out there. Maybe we bring your own license kind of concept. But one that we're kind of working on is, everybody remembers East Palestine and the chemical spill on the train, right? Nobody could get to it. We couldn't use a cordon tool yet because we didn't have good data. What if you could task a low Earth orbit satellite to get you a chipped out tile of just that area? So yes, we all want streaming. We want to just move the map around in a cache and get the latest. One thing that we don't do very well in TAK today is tell you the date timestamp of that imagery. So with this capability of push to TAK, you can actually task a satellite and then know the date time group. And yes, you just need that one chipped out area of how bad is this spill, and maybe you don't have a drone or something else to go do that. So that's getting the data and getting it to the decision maker is really important.
I'll wrap up with the reciprocal of that, which Mark's talking about getting content down to the device. We're concerned with getting content off of the device. So not like, can we have all your data, but like how, so as we look at the machine learning examples that have been prototyped in TAK, and this really transcends like most of POV as well. It's talking about computer vision and imagery coming off of custom satellites or ISR assets or whatever. Almost all the data that we're using in BOV outside the computer vision example is being sourced from outside the military context and outside the public safety context, outside the NGO context. So it's very uncontextual. So when we look at the things that Nate's team is building, we're not giving these developers and many of you the right data to work. We're giving you good enough data because you're getting it from places like Hugging Face to do like natural language understanding, inference type applications. But shoot, if you've ever been in the CENTCOM AOR, you probably used Merc for chat. We've got 20 years of back and forth chat, many thousands, hundreds of thousands probably chat rooms and millions of users maybe, and we're not using any of that. So I would encourage each of you at the public safety level to think critically and challenge our assumptions on how far upstream from an operation can data go to make it useful to machine learning application developers. What are you willing to part with? Are you do you want to keep everything that you do on your device on the network where that device lives, or are you willing to maybe let logging data, IP traffic log data, things like that, how the user is behaving within the app, how they're manipulating controls, even the pinch to zoom actions, the gestures they're doing. Are you willing to let that data go back upstream if it's sufficiently anonymized? Because we do not have a plan, a concrete plan right now in the TAK community for how to improve the apps with the data that the apps generate. And that's going to come down to a lot of you making that decision at the user level, or your users making that decision. What data are you willing to let flow back upstream to organizations like the product center so that we can have these much richer corpuses of data to do more advanced things with the applications themselves. Yeah.
Awesome. Really well done. There was a question or comment that's coming through some of the threads. So Dylan and I watched, I feel for sleep, and we're checking out all Discord, trying to incorporate the information we see there. One comment, and if you don't mind, guys, just taking a crack at it. There's questions between WinTAK and its core original roots in Android and not being an iOS branch. What are your thoughts on harmonization, or is there work that they might be able to, they could look to or find as they're building?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we're going to see this materialize over the next 6 to 12 months, let's say, just being conservative there with TAKX. TAKX was conceived as the marriage of ATAK and another phenomenal tool called RaptorX. And what we're doing now, what we're almost done doing is merging ATAK and Raptor together. So TAKX is a real product. Government users can go download it for experimental use from TAK.gov, but it still looks a lot like WinTAK. So to the harmonization question, we get the question a lot, like, well, what's different between TAKX and WinTAK? And it's going to be a big difference, actually. You're going to find that the TAKX user interface is almost identical to ATAK. And that's a really big change. Like, we went with the ribbon bar for WinTAK, years ago. We stuck with that. The iconology has remained largely that. We did our TAK 2030 strategy, which was posted on TAK.gov. We hinted this a little bit. We say that WinTAK is a really great FHIR's common operating picture tool. We think that TAKX is going to be the future for probably the public safety user and many other desktop type users for Windows or Linux environments, where TAKX is going to increasingly migrate away from the ribbon bar, very WinTAK-like look and feel, because we realize there's a niche that's not being filled right now in the TAK community. And it's a really simple, highly capable, very fast desktop Mac engine tool. WinTAK probably doesn't satisfy that role long term. We think TAKX basically has the opportunity to be the Google Earth of TAK. Yeah. So same map engine as ATAK, all that power efficiency or scalability that we're talking about here, that is increasingly available in TAKX. APIs will be very similar. It's Java-based. You can take your ATAK plugins with much greater ease over to TAKX. So harmonization between ATAK and whatever's on the desktop, that's going to look like TAKX long-term. WinTAK is going to continue on. WinTAK's not going to go away. There's no end of life, anything like that for WinTAK, because it has a really well-defined role, especially in the military community. But expect TAKX to become much more prevalent and much more harmonized with the ATAK user experience and plugin development experience. Yeah.
Let's give a round of applause for our panel. Okay, so next for everyone, we're going to transition into lunch. Just if you recall, actually we pretty much know that lunch is pretty well set up. But what will happen is we're going to serve down on 6. There's a conference room. Kind of if you make your way through the demonstration area, there's some conference rooms around the back of that ring. There'll be lunch stationed there. We will resume a formal program about 1:30, so please come back to report at that time. But now the floors are open. You can go check out the demo space, pick up a lunch, and come back up here and meet. You can move over to the coding challenge area. Feel free to move around between 6 and 7. The lunch will be down in the conference room at 6. See you right there.
With Fusionsoft. I've worked with Fusionsoft for a long time. Okay. Yeah, but I just recently doing a little startup that's basically just distributable database. We're basically looking to build like an edge database. They had some success in commercial.
so much.
Everybody can see this. Oh, yeah.
How's it going?
Would like to go
Stop there. Like to get food, eat, you know. You guys have a good time? Maybe you need something. Oh, is there anything to 6? Yeah, you have a gotcha. I'm sorry. That's why I'm slowing around. No, it's fine. There was nobody around. No, sure. Thanks, appreciate it.
elevator? The elevator? Oh, hi. I'm used to like making people go up and down. Is the best part of the job. No problem. Good. So let's see, you're Belgian? I was in Germany, where you were born. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the first. This is the second. This is TAKathon. You're trying to go to 6 in the morning.
The traps.
Yeah, we're done. That was great. You go back down now to 6.
I wasn't dying. I can elevator for you. You need to go down, I can elevator for you.
Just to say,
Yeah.
well, he's, they were.
I'll try to look for elevator. Don't worry about it, guys. We crossed that.
How many people did you get to your actual hackathon?
Oh, you mean like sort of coding and doing the background stuff? So 25 registered in person
Oh, that's
as
cool.
developers, 32 online.
Oh, that's cool.
That's not too bad.
That's not too bad at all.
A first time event, half of them being coding, there's about 110 in the physical, like, speaker
Okay.
program of. But yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, you should be happy with yourself. That's great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It was really cool. All sorts of different companies popped up, jumped in, helped us out. So we're going to be door prizing the tablets off tomorrow. That's going to be fun.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, things are
Great
good.
to see to find a home.
Yeah, good. Thank you. But yeah, on a shelf somewhere in a closet. Yeah.
It's like I need to find people who use ATAK.
Well, what do you know? That's awesome.
When is the next talk? When's the next thing?
We're getting really wrapping back into it about 1:30. So we have a nice time for everyone to break down, network, walk, do offsite. Yeah, it's awesome out there. Mike, check. Brian?
Hey, Seth.
Hey.
I got good news for you.
Okay.
You're a new guy?
John Perry.
Yeah, he's going to have the most badass Mac on your team.
Get out. Get out. Really?
Yeah, I'm going to give him Sarah's old one.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
So he's going to have a MacBook Pro.
Okay, yeah, I remember she opted for PC, right? That was we had a big designer ready one, and yeah. Okay, if you think
so
that's
she
fine,
used
that's
it
good.
Yeah, she used it for a short period of time.
Yeah.
I've also got the one Jen Sumner had, but I think that might be a little bit wasted on John Perry.
Okay.
It's got a 4 terabyte. hard
Yeah,
drive,
forget that. No,
64 gigs
we don't
of
need the
RAM.
creative rig for him. Yeah.
the 20 core processor with the 64 video cores.
That sounds like that's like an 8-9 grand Mac.
It was about 6,500.
Oh, sweet. No, thank you for that.
I'll give him this Mac. I don't think it's a good way. I don't think it's a good use of resources to order another one. When we
I
got
appreciate
one on the
that. No, that's perfect. I love downcycling. Absolutely. Whatever we have, that makes a ton of sense. I appreciate you.
And this is an M series, so it's not.
Yeah.
Like he's getting
No,
something
it's not
old.
exactly. It's 2-3 years old. It's again Apple M series. That's perfect. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to let you know because it already has the keyboard cover, the plastic.
Oh yeah, perfect, man. This is great.
All the cool stuff.
Yeah, all the cool kids. This is great. Thanks so much. I love it. We're hanging out here in Washington, D.C. We're in the middle of the Samsung demonstration building, their national demo center. It's pretty kick-ass.
Why didn't you bring me?
I'm sorry. We'll take pictures. Next time. We should, actually. Next time we should. Because they want to do more server instantiation at these events, so that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to go to one.
Yeah. Cool, man. Good to see you.
I'm an SME too.
I know, yeah, just your own kind of SME, yeah.
Well, thank you, Seth.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Instant mapping the reporting system. That tool in there, so you can log in. Play by play, here's what happened. I said, okay, I'm going to fill out my report. Kind of so because that's your guys' yeah, that APK that I sideloaded. So it's all straight up just logging into what it says. So the best part about it is like sideloading. We essentially bring it to that. It's container.
Okay, if everyone would start to take their seat, please, that'd be great.
We're done with the mount side. Everyone's taking me.
Okay, all right. We want to welcome everyone back after lunch. We welcome our stream that's back up and running. New camera, trying a little extra style here, get some better resolution on the slides. Everyone, I hope you had a great morning. We've heard from some pretty awesome panels so far. Hope you had a chance to mingle and network over that long lunch break. Get some growth. This afternoon, we have 3 sections on these programs. We have remarks next with Samsung. We have one more multifaceted opinion sort of panel on DoD security forces. And then we end with remarks from mine with the TAKathon. So that's what the agenda is up for the afternoon. Again, it's the main hall. There'll be some folders that might jump in and out from different sections of the program, but relax, enjoy, stay focused, and just wanted to comment, since those of you here don't necessarily see all the streams, and everyone's having fun, they're exploring, they're bouncing back and forth. There was one theme that emerged, and that was, remember, it's not Miltech. It's for the good of like public, municipal, civil service stuff, right? So remember that audience. You don't want to, they may have obviously purchasing restrictions, but they may not have this exactly the same as an Air Force customer or a Navy customer. And then also remember that budgets and sophistication tend to go down if you're talking like police department. They don't have a CIA. That was some of the hot threads going on the online stream. So everyone, I hope you have a great afternoon, and it's my pleasure to welcome Samsung to give us some remarks. Their team is here. This is Todd Maxwell, who's been one of the amazing supporters of planning this event and our host. And I can't thank you enough, Todd, so we're looking forward to hearing your remarks. Thank you. Oh, of course, I missed the transition.
No, that's okay. I can talk through that. Welcome, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying hot and humid DC. You guys came at the perfect time. It was beautiful 2 weeks ago, so believe it or not. And hopefully you guys have walked around our center, got to go upstairs, got to go outside, go downstairs rather, check out some of our partners down there and some of our dental solutions down there. So I'm just really glad that you guys are able to come and we're able to participate in it. Every time we get up and we start talking about APAC, people ask us, well, why is Samsung in this space? And it's really because of everybody in here. People have come to us, started using our devices for APAC, and then have given us feedback that we actually take back. Some of you in this room are on some of our advisory councils to give us feedback into our next gen devices. Whether that is increasing our RAM, increasing our processor, increasing their GPU sets, so it works with the APAC solution you guys are looking at. So we really do take to heart what we do, and then we take this feedback and we try to build out solutions to help your mission needs. When I joined here 6 years ago, I I came over from DOJ, and there I was advising on technology for state and locals. A lot of it applied to the federal side too. And so when I came over here, it's sort of the same mindset, listening to the end users, seeing what we can do from a consumer endpoint device, and then manipulating that with marketers, software tweaks, which you'll hear from some of our people that do some of that and are helping some of the coders. Get you where you need to go and support. That's really what we're about. I think we do a pretty good job of taking that feedback from the client. We've had different use cases come up from different agencies. We did a pilot with Department of Interior, one of our partners is here, TAKathon, where they wanted to be able to be off network, so there's no cellular. So we're able to run ATAK over LMR. It's about a year and a half ago. Do GPS point sets, and we can do basic text information, which is something they didn't have before. So there's a lot of things that we start looking at to solve problems that people bring us. And that's really what Samsung's about, why we're in this market and why we're trying to do this. So thank you to you all for bringing us all the information and helping making our products better to assist you do your missions. Really, when we start thinking about it, we want to try to give you as much tool and power in your pocket to run as many applications as you want. So that's an overlying idea, is that we can provide you with ATAK, provide you your dispatch, a PTC application to supplement your LMR. We can provide you different types of connections. So that's really, we start looking at all the different ways we can combine everything you might be looking at spending money, especially with a lot of these continuing resolutions. And as small, medium agencies where your budgets aren't that big, you're able to utilize a single device. And Scott will get into some of the details, but utilizing one device to be your compute and have that same sort of information come with you, whether you're out in the field using ATAK or whatever application, and then you dock it and utilize that same phone as your computer in the vehicle, and then in the station. Some of you guys were in the display center, and we're showcasing how decks work on our whiteboards. Basically, did wireless decks, had ATAK running on our digital whiteboards. You draw on it, do mission planning, you can do everything you need to do, then you can actually save it, send it out to all of your partners. So, a lot of different things we try to enable to people. Put a monitor in the back of their SUV on the back, pull it out, run wireless decks, do an ATAK, start mission planning there, and then they're able to take that device straight from connection. So everything in that vehicle becomes a dummy. Just a quick way to do this. I personally do it when I travel. Samsung has this VPN access, and then we have a Windows access, and we have all these other access. Yeah. So to answer an email, it'll take me 5 seconds. I use 10 minutes to get my laptop or use my phone and do wireless with it. Usually the monitor or the TV is in the hotel room and I'm up and running in under seconds. But it's really about providing tools and tool development to get your missions done. One of the coolest things I got to see, and I had nothing to do this, I'm just showing it. Claim it later. But we happened to go out and visit an agency, and they were using ATAK, Riverside County Sheriff. AJ probably knows them, he's in here. And they were actually using Fold for their drone control and ATAK. And then they're doing wireless decks back to the command bus, to the Samsung monitors that have Wi-Fi direct. So people in the command bus can see everything that's happening out in the field. Like, that's a pretty cool use case that, again, you guys brought to us, of innovative agencies and what they're doing with technology. And that's really our goal, is to provide you the tools, and then you guys build whatever you need and we'll support you. We have a lot of different posts out there, thanks to a lot of you. If you guys are interested, check them out. We have a white paper on ATAK. We will post this online. We're going to pull out a couple of things that are related to a couple of our partners and have it online for you guys. So if you want any resources around it. The last thing, this came out of another quick request from end users is we're starting to get a lot of requests around being able to utilize the device. After the pandemic, we had a lot of people utilizing devices at home as their compute system. But once they went back to their secure facilities, they were able to do so. So what we ended up doing is working with a company called Laura, and what we did is we created the first hardware integration between their case and our device. The whole idea here is we want to protect your device from attacks. Even if it is attacked, we can basically turn off everything at the hardware level below the OS operating system. So you can access data and the secure facility. I'm not saying skip, you can test all that out, but if you have to go to a secure facility, you want to make sure all your RF signals are completely off. We can do that now with a simple switch on your case. And how we accomplish that is basically a hardware chipset integration that we provide a pin from our manufacturing and so on to the case manufacturer in this case. So we're starting to incorporate this in, but we start seeing some of the things that we're doing here. You look at our tactical edition that we just launched. Now we have one for rugged for the XCover 6 Pro, the S20 3, and then we're also going to launch a tablet version. We're starting to work on tactical wearables, so there's a lot of things we're trying to do to support the missions we guys do every day. And like I said, this was just a hardware integration, so we'll make this available to you, but I just want to sort of drop it if you guys want to learn some more about it. We're starting to incorporate this HDM and seeing what we can actually do with the HDM system. Hardware device management, how we can use it for potentially ATAC, how can we use it for tactical edition, how can we use it for a retrain device. So we're starting to just explore everything that we're doing. And at that point, I'm just going to turn it over to Scott. He's going to give you a quick overview of our public safety team.
Thank you very much, Todd. Hi, I'm Scott McKay. I'm the senior manager from the West Coast. I'm based out of Los Angeles. So I thank you for having this event on a perfectly not humid week when it's nice and cool for those of us who are used to a balmy 75. So a little bit about what we do with this group. We are the state and local group in Samsung that supports public sector and those agencies. We work with them to come up with these creative solutions, including ATAC, to make them more efficient, reduce costs. Now, we do that in a few different areas. We provide the subject matter expertise, whether that's about ATAC, CADs, RMSs, we distribute case studies, best practices. We facilitate partnerships with great resellers and vendors like yourselves, all the carriers. And the funny thing, the suspicious thing, is we don't directly sell them. We're just there to advise and support. So what we want to talk about today is something called the Connected Officer Program. This is where we see law enforcement in the United States moving. The idea is this trend in public safety towards mobile. All of these different things that an officer will typically use for an MPT or a laptop or a desktop is now all in the palm of our hands. Basically, we all have our own computers, so how can we exploit it and say, no longer do I need to go to the station to write my report. I can now check my CAD on my RMS on my phone. Do I want to sync my body-worn camera? All of these elements are coming into play. So the example of the Connected Officer Program, here's one of the departments that we work with, has all of these applications running on their phone. So whether they use their CAD, their RMS, something simple as email, or even viewing their body cam footage, we've now enabled that officer to do so. And throughout the state, throughout the country, what we're trying to do is go to these local governments and help them understand this. Help them understand this Connected Officer Program and this idea of moving to mobile. Now, when we talk about this, it's not just, hey, here's your phone, plug it into your vehicle, and you have decks. That doesn't work. So what's key with this is throughout this journey to mobile is having a successful deployment plan that includes internal marketing and training. And most important, supports a value proposition why the person on the street wants to use this device. Because otherwise, they're just going to walk there. So an initial deployment might be something like your phone, your voicemail. If you can get through some supported applications they already use, a pill identifier, WebMD, maybe something as simple as allowing them to fill out a timeout request from a simple click on their phone. Or, and as we all know, they're always susceptible to frequent information requests, personal device on the job. So let's just separate that and give them a dedicated device. That's the most basic step. But as you go through this and you get them used to using mobile, you see the hardware direction, perhaps doing push to talk, checking your in-vehicle camera. And then we talk about other applications, such as talk, which allow them that situational awareness in the field and also back in the command centers. And maybe in the end, we can do a DEX in-vehicle replacement. I'm sure all of you should be familiar with DEX, our desktop experience. If you aren't, please see Todd and I will give you a short 4-hour introduction. And we've had some success with DEX deployments around the country. Here's a few examples here of just different jurisdictions around the country that have involved and utilized DEX. We're going to dive into a quick little case study. Oh, sorry. It's cheaper. That's the most basic selling point. This is a breakdown between a 1,000 officer department, assuming that 70% of using laptops, 30% of using desktops. The cost savings are about half if you transition to the DEX solution in the first year. We were at a major metropolitan department, meeting with them. They said, this all looks great. How are we going to pay for it? We said, well, you have phone lines for all your officers. How much is that? 1.4 million a year. So you go to cell phones, basically the same, save money, and just implement your program. So again, we like to work with these groups to try and figure out how to do this. And kind of the right now, the big example we have is Chicago Police Department. And when we talk about a multi-year, the years that it takes to get to this point, starting in 2019, Chicago Police began with the idea using DEX. And now by 2023, it was fully rolled out. There was a little something in the middle there called COVID that may have delayed it a little bit. But as you can understand, this is a multi-year process. And when they talk about why they wanted to do this, they talk about the mobility, the ability to use applications in vehicle, out of the vehicle, vice versa. They like the idea of using Knox to manage those devices, and of course, recognizing the cost savings of this $1,500. And here's an example of what it looks like in Chicago. So that's it. That's what we do in state and local. Talk to you later if you want to know more.
And Scott is one of our key account managers for the West Coast on our public sector team, but we also have some of our representatives in here. If you guys want specific questions about your areas, Rachel, can you tell you where you cover?
Hi, I'm Rachel. I cover DoD, emergency services, first responders, so police. And I also cover ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals. So I do all of this, but free.
Mike? Yeah, Mike Ashley, account manager for Department of Homeland Security, as well as Department of Commerce. And we also have our CBS representatives from Verizon and AT&T FirstNet in the back. Glenn, can you raise your hand? He supports Verizon. If you have any Verizon specific questions, and Greg, can you raise your hand? AT&T. And then we have some of our sales engineers sprinkled in here. Walter is in the back. If you have any engineering questions, or if your phone doesn't work and you have to have a Samsung, go see Walter. But now I'm going to turn it over to Deval, who leads our software development. So we are more than just hardware devices, appliances, and TV. And as part of that, Deval and his team are supporting the app development that's happening next door, as are the SEs. But Deval's going to give you a quick overview of his team.
Cool, thanks, Scott. So Steph, you know what I'm between you guys.
The streamers requesting mic. There you go. Thanks. Excellent.
Okay, that's thank you. So, really quickly, what I want to talk about is the other part of the Samsung story, right? So we hear about cool things that we see being implemented. Our technical teams at Samsung actually help with that implementation. So as Todd mentioned, we have our technical sales engineers, there's Scott there, Walter there, Remington here. These guys are the sales engineers that work with you and your customers and your partners on integrating the Samsung story. That's the hardware layer. What happens with software? So what we did about a year ago is we built a team within our B2B organization that we call Software Development Services. It's a small team that I lead. I have Andrew in the back. He's actually taking a picture right now. Thank you, Andrew. He's one of my architects. And what we really do is bridge the gap between hardware and software, right? So we come in when our account teams say, my customer, my partner is building a solution, and they're having challenges coding. They're having challenges implementing the Knox SDK, which if you're not familiar, right, I will spend 3 hours telling you this, but the Knox platform and those 1,700 APIs is what differentiates us from any other OEM in the market. That's that hardware layer that Todd talked about earlier, right, the ability to talk to the chipset. That's what we can do from a dev perspective. So where my team comes in is we help build that possibility.
right? We work with your developers, we work with your customers to really do the art of the possible, right? So this is architecting solutions, end to end. This is working with your existing code. And as Vasily and I were speaking yesterday at the happy hour, great example, what happens when Google deprecates 24 APIs with a new version of Android, and now your solution doesn't work? That's where my team comes in. We can sit down with you, we can help re-architect them, we can help review your code. And the reason why we really exist is to make you as our partners, you as our customers be successful. Have a list of things we do, but really this is not all encompassing. What I would love to share with everyone is Samsung is the holistic solution for you, right? Being your partner, your sales channel, your engineering channel, your development channel, we are here to help you solve your challenges.
Thank you. And that's a thank you. Also, I just noticed Scott's sitting over here from DOJ. So if there's any DOJ people that have any questions or problems, please see Scott. You can raise your hand. He will solve all of your problems. And Remington supports our public sector team, Scott and myself and everybody. But really, we just wanted to welcome you all and say thank you. We really appreciate you guys coming. If you have any chances to check out some of the stuff we have downstairs, please do. If you have any questions or you have a project or something you're interested in doing that our team might be able to help you with, please feel free to reach out to us as part of the leader. And on that note, I'll turn it back over to Seth.
Yes. You snuck in a mention of a wearable tag solution. Is that something you can elaborate on at all?
More to come. We tried to preview it at SOF. Anybody that's at SOF, and we're hoping to have something soon. So, but more to come on that. It's interesting. We have so many things that we're working on. Like your network, right? It's hot. It's everything. We have some tools that's partnered where we can monitor body temperature, O2 saturation for fire people that might be going in. So we can see heart rate, XYZ. We can see O2 saturation. We can see all these things, and we can pump those out and potentially have some officer safety or firefighter safety, officer safety. You're out working in the deserts, these things, same thing. Measure perspiration and all these different types. So now we're starting to look at where we can measure all these in. Of course, they all have SOS and RC features, but that's one of the things on the map. It's in progress. That's like
yes. You talked about that case where it's preventing things from getting out of the phone, but are you guys also looking at a case that can extend, like say, the cellular or Wi-Fi antennas from inside the device, and that way you can put it in a case on the edge of coverage with an external antenna? That way we get a little bit better service out in the middle of nowhere.
We've done that before. We actually launched a device, a device that did off network. Right? We do a lot of things and introduce them, and people waiting are ready for them.
I'm saying an external antenna for the cellular.
Yeah, no, I get you. Okay. But once we get to something like that, it ends up being a partner and develop something that you plug in either USB-C or such. We accomplish a lot of that. So we accomplish some of that by basically having this little doctor in the vehicle, and when it's plugged in, they'll use like a cradle point, and they'll have their 3 different SIMs in there roaming across them. So they'll use that for all the data while it's mounted via the USB-C once they have back and switch back. So something like what you're talking about, there's lots of different extenders out there. There's even some cases out there like that. But it'd just be something, if we have a big enough use case, we can go to the partner. That's a great thing. We have a vast array of partners that we can put in and develop whatever you guys want to do. Yes.
You mentioned the possibility of having those happen.
Sure. So we're looking at our Tab Active 3 and being able to supplement on that. We announced all 3 at SOF. It's number 6 Pro, the S23, and the tablet. So more to come on that. We just announced, and you'll see some as we start. Yeah. It's probably going to be those, the phone devices will probably are coming out in September-ish, yeah, August, September, and the tablet we anticipate probably next month.
Who's the one who actually got the Chicago deal pushed through? Because I need them to come to Nashville so we can get our law enforcement agencies on board. They still use iPhones.
Yeah, well, I can't help you with that. No, well, you know, I will tell you that, you know, a funny story is if you look at some of our competitors, we provide a lot of parts to go to them. So they're competitors, but they're also consumers. So the best parts in all those probably came. So I was part of the lead on that. We went in there, and it really took an innovative. I would like to claim that I did it. It was really an innovative leader there. That once we showed him, we basically brought in a desktop dock, and you just put the phone in, and then we brought in basically a telephone case that had the vehicle set up, and we showed him field vehicle phone. He visually saw it. Like, I want to do this, and then we started rolling it out. And as he mentioned, you know, we put it in 6 cars. They had a press conference, and they had a big rugged, I can't say partner or the vendor, but they had a big rugged laptop, and then they had our phone in a rugged case. And you can tell the difference, right? And it just clicked. And then they put it in 6 vehicles, tested all over the city. And then we had the pandemic, and then they had the largest reorg in their history. So you see the gap from 2019 to 2021. That was they had the largest reorg. Their IT department left the Chicago Police Department went to the city IT. So it was a big. They had people there pulling all their IT people on the streets. They had a lot of social unrest, if you guys recall. So it was all hands on deck. So and branding. So we supported them through all that mission. But they actually, if you want to talk about it, they have people that they host people all the time. They have people in Canada, small agencies, Santa Ana, one of the small agencies that came through. So they've had every side agency come and visit and see what they're doing. And the great thing is they forced a company to rewrite their software as part of the RFP to support mobility. Not to support that, so Samsung, but to support mobility. So you guys do have the power, or you want to go to the mobile program, just use your RFP. Any other questions? Sorry. Jared, I know you have a follow-up on that.
So the real point is, if you want help with your local police department, see me or
Sweet. Yeah, we'll talk after.
or my boss, Keith, who's not here. He's on vacation, so that's why that stuff.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'll turn it over back to you. Thank you all. Again.
Thank you. Right, thank you. That was excellent. And again, there were so many partners and not as much present in this building with Samsung support. I will get back to our slide deck. The next thing we're transitioning to is our afternoon panel.
Yeah, that's great.
Those panelists start to move forward. Again, just for audio clarity, especially on the streaming stuff, we'll try and test them. Recall that we're looking at the afternoon sessions around sort of like defense and community oriented public safety, which also understand intelligence. You're going to meet one of our other planners and help you make this work in these sessions. And she will be moderating and recording. And I get it, if you're standing, that's great. If you want to grab a chair, the first 3 rows are pretty full up here too. If you want to. Yeah.
Hey, don't be shy.
Yeah, come on up.
Take a breath.
It's they wouldn't let us, put it on the slide. It's the best looking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not moving.
Oh, there you are.
Just a little quiet because the mic is it's kind of all the way. It's just not getting sick. It's not picking up the voice the best.
So, great. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for getting settled. Thanks for gentlemen. Thank you, audience. Loving the traffic. Just constantly in route, frantically arriving close to home. Why did you join me when this section goes next? Yeah, great. We're gonna roll it. So we're gonna start. There's one gentleman, Alex. Yep, he's on his way. It's my pleasure to introduce one of our other planning folks here. This is Kat. She works today for all of our and she's going to moderate this panel and introduce some of the themes. Thank you.
Hi everybody, how's it going? So, TAK is the name. So I'm a research operations analyst at the Griffiss Research Lab. So this morning we talked to Jim, and Jim gave us a really insightful on the history of why we did TAK, kind of how we got to where we are. So the Griffiss Research Lab actually originally created TAK, TAKathon and TAK summer, the states around forward. So it's kind of interesting that I logged into this, and my background before working at Griffiss was actually in public safety as a parole police officer, and I was attached to the Philadelphia County Sheriff's Department. So it's really interesting going from this operational setting and then seeing how all of this technology exists. While I was at county, I knew nothing about it. So I had my pretty quickly. So the majority of what we do, I'm not going to focus on the history of it because everyone's been pretty well covered that we used to have paperbacks and we used to run around in circles. But the reality of it is we're in a new technological era. And that we have all of this information, and we have all these tools, and we have TAK, which is common operating feature, which is why we're all here. See, the thing is, the Air Force Research Lab, yes, we did initially create this, but the ADO team that I work for, the Advanced Space Operations team, for sure. What we do now is kind of work more towards advancing the mission. So, on top of that, we work in UAS. We do some work with all PNT. We have some notes here today from the organization that's all involved with specific issues. But I'm not doing this. So, in addition to creating all of these new plugins and the TAK's going the way it needs to go for the very future, I have a couple of people who are actually different ground who are actively pushing this out and rolling it out, which is where I'm going to put Kevin. So Kevin is our mission operations specialist for Voice Messaging Air Force Base. And he's been leading our rollout at Voice Messaging. And I really want you to go and listen to what these guys have to say, because they're the ones that are actually on the ground helping push this out and make it a reality for these bases, both stateside and overseas. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I shared that maybe a little easier for me. Hey, Kevin Millworth, I'm a mission operations specialist with the 88th Air Base Training Air Force Base in Ohio. My background, I'm a former U.S. Army Field Artillery officer, current Air Force Reserve Sniper Warfare officer, and obviously a employee. My job is really a function as the lead program manager for not just TAK, but all the C2 modernization innovations for our Air Force Base, which is a test bed for C2 modernization for the U.S. Air Force. We also a test bed for TAK, associated sensors, plugins, and software operating tools that you can imagine, as we're trying to scope the future of what integrated base defense looks like for the Air Force. Obviously, if you guys have been paying attention to current affairs, we are not innovating faster than our air adversaries. I'd say very close to hero level services. So what we're looking to do now is we're looking to reach out to our corporate partners to help us innovate faster than we currently are today. And this is shaping what does the next generation military installation of services look like. Now, this encompasses really three environments. It encompasses the CONUS non-contested, the OCONUS non-contested, and the OCONUS contested, right? So three different spaces that we operate in. Where we're starting today is the CONUS non-contested environment. And traditionally, things have been very segregated by functional lane, right? So things for security forces, or fire. What we're looking to do is bring all of these functional areas together in a data lake, integrated data lake, on an installation separate from Alphabet and P2 and all these different lanes that they operate on, and all of that data together. So what we're here to talk to you guys about today is what are the kinds of tools that our SMEs need, which is why I brought with me a number of SMEs from our space. This is the Fire Chief Joe Rooney here in the back, for stats holes that are going to leave. Here from Sergeant Jones, forces from their specific use cases. We have this history in DoD of really taking things from the top down, right? And as you get a room full of pros and choose together, find requirements for the tool that the airmen down at the bottom are using. How many listed before, but down there you're like, okay, because this stuff's right again, right? Because people requirements are what people are actually using here. And so what we are doing here today is flipping the script and reversing that approach. We made last week's operation in that space, and that's using unleashed purposes to build. So we're saying, hey, down in that last area, we're exercise and training units, what works with us, evaluating the equipment software for scoping the ATO, hope says that we broad enough to the use cases, focus on the needs that are on here. I'm going to hand back over to I will be around here for all of them.
Alright, so I'm Sergeant Jones, Security Forces. What I kind of want to break down to you guys is how we utilize TAK. So we have three different levels of TAK. We have patrolmen, which also include our security posts and our other personnel base. We have our base defense operations center, which is essentially our dispatch. And then we have our flight chief, who is going to be in charge of all that. One of the problems we've noticed is that we don't want too many hands. With our general patrolmen, our entry controllers, those type of individuals. We limited input into ATAK as far as board controls, things like that. Actually utilizing ATAK for base defense operations centers with PDOT controllers and our flash sheets. And the reason we did that is because, like I said, 2 hands in the pot, some stuff ends up getting erased or inputted incorrectly, things of that nature. But as far as the capabilities for security forces, what we're looking for, big thing we use it for is Blue Force tracking. We want to know where our folks are at. So individuals having either an ATAK device on them or a tag or any of this other technology we potentially have, and knowing where they're at, if they're entering a building for a threat, or if they're along their patrol, just patrolling their area where they're at. If they're on a traffic stop and we stop hearing from them, we don't know where they're at, because the radio transmissions are not great, things of that nature. The Blue Force tracks are probably the best thing we use it for. Additionally, anytime there's a big time event, suspicious package, an active shooter, or something along those lines where we need to set cordons, we utilize it for that. There are tons of different options we also have as far as one of the things we do on the beginning of our shift is mark down where all the aircraft are on the flight line. We can utilize TAK for that. Pretty much everything we do, with the exception of writing reports, can be done through TAK essentially. As far as the flight chief, once an incident happens, our flight chief will link up with our fire chief to create the incident command, and then they'll dictate out to the forces who needs to go where, what size cordons need to change, etc. That's pretty much everything. I have no questions.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Hey, good afternoon. I'm Hank Davidson. I am the TAK Program Manager for OWT Global. We're the contract company that was contracted to establish the ATAK ecosystem for the safety security forces. We've got 13 different security force squadrons across 12 bases across 6 countries. From as far east as Lajesville, Portugal, to as far west as Lajesville, to as far east as Istanbul, Turkey. So we stay pretty busy. We really were able to help, and Sergeant Jones went over a lot of how they operate, so I'm going to kind of really cut this short. We have helped these guys develop SOPs and TTPs and using ATAK to better assist them to make their life easier on a daily basis. Incorporating ATAK into their quick reaction checklist to make things easier. One thing that my team and I, as for an example, the 435th Security Forces Squadron, that's more of a quick reaction force. Because of the tactical background myself and my team have, we were able to really sit down and help those guys understand how they can use ATAK from a tactical perspective, to include setting up firing positions, setting up, using it for their jumpmaster tool, using it for 9-line, the whole 9 yards. So we were really able to help those guys a lot. One thing that was mentioned earlier, you guys heard them talk about the cordon tool. Myself and my team actually wrote the requirement for that tool based on defender input from USAFE. That tool is actually being developed and paid for by USAFE, and hopefully it's going to be able to help the force in the long run. But I'm available here today, tomorrow, and on this panel for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, so when we start talking about integrated base defense, what exactly does that mean, right? So there's a lot of different things we're playing with at the air-based wing level, right? So there's a bunch of you here that do RF mesh stuff, or stuff that's on cellular backbone, which is primarily how we operate, right? So we have a variety of systems and sensors that we have to integrate into TAK. We have legacy and siloed systems that are at our air-based wings, which is a bigger challenge. And then we have new technologies that we're rolling out by the day, right? And all those new technologies have to integrate into TAK going forward, right? So we have a number of different bases. I believe the MSAT has 12 initial bases, I believe is what we're looking to roll out for the U.S. Air Force. And what we're looking to do is model this for the entire Department of Defense and create let's say a template that can be easily replicated at other installations cross-functionally, right? So I know that we got into the security forces case a bit, but I want to talk a little bit more on the macro, right? So as far as what's happening in the enterprise, I want to open it up, I guess, since this is a forum, to some of the dialogue that you guys may have that you want to bring up with regards to the direction the Air Force is headed, or the types of things that we're working on in innovation. Certainly.
Well, I think it might be helpful for those of us who've only worked on the civilian side of public safety to understand what security forces do on the base or do more generally, and how that, how this might plug into that for those of us on the civilian side.
Easy.
But I need to go.
You do, yeah. Just because we're streaming,
Trying to keep the street
Your neighbor
down.
steps in,
Much
so
appreciated.
All right, it's an easy fix. So there's a lot of different areas in which we operate. So we have our law enforcement capabilities, so similar to our civilian police counterparts, especially at Wright-Patterson, because we have a unique law enforcement mission there to where we enforce on base and off base as well. So any of the surrounding area around the base, we also enforce. Our on-base housing is off base. So we do a lot of law enforcement specifically at Wright-Pat. We also have the base defense portion. So our entry controllers, the ones working the gates when you come through, if you ever come onto the base. We have our security posts. So those that are protecting the flight lines and the resources within the installation. So we have that air base ground defense portion and that law enforcement portion. It's not just for us, the uniformed military personnel. We also have Department of the Air Force, police officers, and civilian GS employees that are also within the squadron that also operate. So the utilization of ATAC can be anything from big thing I'm loving is the CAD tool, where we can dispatch our folks from that to just communication tools. If my radio goes down and I have the ability to use an ATAC device to reach out, whether it be a push-to-talk feature or any other sending a message through it, it gives us a lot of different tools on our tool belt to operate. Does that kind of answer the question, hopefully? Thank you.
Along those lines, size it for us, if you will. So a lot of us might be able to think of, okay, Dayton, Ohio has a police squad of X size, or has a, what proportionate, what kind of team size, team structure, what you can.
Yeah, sure. So there's different, obviously every squadron based on where they're at is different size. For us specifically, we have 360 cops at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So that is just military, uniformed military personnel, not counting the civilian employees as well. My whole career, I've pretty much been in large security forces units. We deal with large security forces unit going in April or August, maybe in August now, to Robins Air Force Base in Georgia, which is a smaller. So on any given day shift, we have upwards of 35 to 40 posts. So that's 35 to 40 personnel at a certain location doing their job. That day shift, there's obviously more because we have a lot more installation gates open, things of that nature. The mid shift is cut down to about 23 to 27, depending on if we have a specific mission down. So again, Wright-Patterson, large Air Force security forces unit, so we're gonna have more people, 360, but then we can get to other units where our day shift is 22 and our mid shift is 15. If it's a smaller unit. So it depending on the mission of that base and everything else, it depends on how much manning we have there as well to utilize it.
One more if I could.
Yes.
How are you connecting these devices?
By connecting, you mean?
To the network, to a network.
So we are on the Army server, the crosstalk server is what we operate on.
LTE, Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Yeah.
So over in U-Safety, we're actually riding on the cellular network. U-Safety is looking to transition to tactical radio network using the new PRC 163 and 167s. There's some testing going to be happening soon with AFRL to make sure that they are capable of doing that. As Sergeant Jones talked about, we've got some units, as an example, on Ramstein Air Base, which is a really large logistics base. They have 30 to 36 defenders out on every flight. But then we've got bases like Lodges Field where they're there just helping the Portuguese, and literally they have 3 to 4 defenders per flight. So it really goes at different size. So we're looking at the larger bases and can that tactical mesh network truly carry those ATAC comms with them.
So
I think the key takeaways here are number one, scalability, right? We have to have a large amount of scalability in day-to-day operations. Sometimes we're deploying teams, again, to non-contested locations outside the United States that maybe there isn't cellular service. So they're utilizing something like an RF mesh. I say that 95% of our use case for what we're doing here is running on commercial cellular. Specifically, what we're trying to pair up with the ATAK rollout is the push of Band 14 FirstNet. Reason being is there's less bureaucratic red tape to bolstering our infrastructure for Band 14 because it is an NTIA public safety band as opposed to a commercial band of spectrum. There are other benefits that come with that, but that's the primary benefit is it's easier for us to deploy that infrastructure. But yeah, commercial cellular is 95% of what we're going to be using. If you think about CONUS Air Base Wings, that's what they're going to be using. And so obviously there's a plan in place then to bolster that infrastructure. Now, if we get out to like our missile bases or someplace like that where it's much more austere and there's no infrastructure in between, then we're talking RF mesh, right? So think like missile bases in more remote locations, GSUs, whatnot, they may be utilizing RF mesh as their primary mode of communication. And we need, we'll say at a minimum, we're talking data is to be able to push photos. Even I understand there's challenges with video, right, over RF. But at a minimum, we want the ability to be able to push photos, right, for most use cases. Oh, man, all right. Lay it on me.
So you mentioned a plan tentatively to scale from OCONUS and CONUS uncontested to OCONUS contested rollouts for ATAK. Do you have, or what's the philosophy? I guess it's probably a better question, more open-ended. As far as integration into training environments, for example, like training centers like in Germany or like NTC, so you can do, whether it's Air Force only training for security forces doing, force on force type or even combined type exercises. To give you another kind of a background as to why I'm asking is, I saw you already do this wrong. I mean, you go to Orlando and you start talking to people from a synthetic training environment, and it is a very different ballgame, very different conversation. So it's really easy to mess things up.
Yeah, and I would say for most of, it would depend on exactly who's doing the training, what type of training they're doing, right? Most of that I think is going to fall under probably like the SWAC ATO or some of the special warfare guys are doing with encrypted, radio systems and not, again, our day-to-day operations type stuff. I think there's mechanisms already in place that cover that type of stuff. Whether or not they're operating within the boundaries of that ATO is a different story. So I'd have to know the circumstances of your specific use case to be able to answer that appropriately. Sorry.
No worries. And really, it's how can you essentially, you're rolling it out, how can you let the sergeant and his team do, just, hey, we're doing a vehicle checkpoint exercise today, and now we want to re-kit just to run a training exercise. You've already got all the stuff. So what ancillary software, weapon systems need to be put in place to make it a simple transition to doing a training exercise?
Yeah.
Going back to where you was.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to be scoping the Air Force ATO, the MSAT ATO appropriately, right? That's going to happen over the next 12 to 18 months, I would say is probably a good time. Let's call it 18, for government, which is fast. But that's what we're working on is scoping that, and you're right, it is a huge undertaking, but I think we finally got all the right heads at the table to make that happen, but we're trying to figure out exactly what that looks like. Soup nuts, what is everything we need for all those different use cases. Let me get to a couple other people, or sir, you invite, yeah.
Mr. Davidson, you said you're testing TAK over a mesh network.
Correct.
2-channel radio.
Correct.
How's another 2-channel radio get involved in that test?
We chat offline. Right. Sir.
Understand that an installation is a very large ecosystem, right? How are you working towards including the community that revolves around that organization or in that installation for mutual aid purposes?
Oh, interesting.
Because, when you need help, other places are going to come, right? Or vice versa.
Yeah.
How are you maintaining the data integrity between a DoD installation and the municipality to give one access into that DoD network, or vice versa?
I'm going to put a big oof into the microphone on that one. So I'll say that we have very few bases that do mutual aid day to day. Right, Pat is one of those bases. I think we're roughly 80% mutual aid, which is not the norm, right? There are very few bases that do that or have concurrent jurisdictions that the right term, yeah, concurrent jurisdiction off base. Very few installations that actually have that day to day. But in an incident, you're right, active shooter, ATF, everybody and their mother is coming onto the base, and all of a sudden now you need to connect them in so that you can see each other's personnel, equipment, assets, and so on and so forth. We haven't cracked that nut, is the short answer. So that is one of the major sticking points. It is an Air Force Instruction 1025-01 emergency management requirement to have interoperability with state, local, and federal agencies. Nobody's been able to crack that nut yet on how do we do that, right? And so we need a method, even we could use the Air Force Marathon, right? Pat's coming up in September is a great example to say, we have civilian volunteers that are non-DoD employees that need to come on base and assist us, right, or need to be tied in with our chat functions, need to have situational awareness, but they can't have access to CUI, right? So how do we achieve that where we have a neutered version, a watered down version for them to be able to access the minimum level of data, that IL2, the impact level 2, publicly releasable information without being able to manipulate or access a vulnerability in through TAK, right? So that is a big question that we haven't answered yet.
I'd like to follow up on that. Is that an opportunity? Do you see that as, whether it be role-based permissioning layers or something? I mean, do you think, does TAK help get to that requirement?
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, so actually that's line item number 1 on the notes that I have that I wanted to bring up in here was some sort of echelon-based permissions, right? So that's a must we got to have going forward, because we're going to have, even within our own organizations, we have to have ways to partition out, because ultimately, man, if you're a wing commander, I don't want you down watching his dash cam, right? Just because it's in TAK and you have access to TAK, right? We have to have a way to segregate some of that data out or provide some sort of permissions that limit what they can access. Because we're talking about Internet of Things that expands to every sensor on a base in a massive data lake. So anybody that has access is going to want to play around and look at things that they shouldn't necessarily have access to or have a need to know, right? So that's the big term of DoD. Just, yeah, okay, you have access to this, but do you have a need to know, right? So yes, 100%. And I think I had one up here.
Brian.
Sorry, so we finally got to you.
Yeah.
What's the Air Force's appetite for federating with non-Air Force entities?
I would say, especially specific to the EOD use case, high.
Like federating the tax service, so you're only for right.
Yeah.
What's the appetite for federating?
Yeah.
Local and
Yeah.
state
So
entities?
we have 2 pieces of that, right? And I would say that one is the mutual aid component, right? We have EOD that's tied in with Secret Service, FBI, whatever. We want to federate tax servers, like I would say, high desirability. And then to meet the AFI 1025-01 requirements between just installations. Yeah, because you may have, let's say, a hurricane or an incident that impacts multiple bases, and now you need to connect those multiple bases together for some sort of combined effort, right?
Yeah, the use case makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What about like at the authorizing official level? Are AOs bought into the idea that data that they're supposed to be accounted for may just leave their network?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's part of the fight that people like me are fighting. So as long as we can technically, I'm speaking, as long as from a technical perspective we can get to yes, right? Then the bureaucratic piece is the stuff like people like myself are working on. Is how do we get to yes from a bureaucratic standpoint, from a government process and an approvals standpoint, especially when it comes to, let's say, something that happens overnight, right? I don't have 3 weeks to wait on email replies and chains to find the right GS-15 authorizing official, right? Versus, how do I quickly get this authorized and connected? So there's got to be a process for that. And I don't think the DoD has figured out how to make that happen quickly yet, but that's on the to-do list.
I'd like to ask, as coding solutions and next generations of plugins start to occur, from your perspective at operating a base in a large installation or any of your perspectives, what are the next closest adjacent markets? If I need to develop something, I need to find enough size that I don't have 1 or 2 single customers in your teams. Is it higher education campuses? Is it prisons? Is it what are the next closest adjacent use cases where you could find mutual solutions being developed in TAK that would broaden the market appetite for innovators?
Law enforcement.
Law enforcement, just straight up law enforcement officers?
fire,
And there's some issues with that too, because then you start talking about like the public safety community in general, should I speak up?
Yeah,
Come on down.
Come on up.
So like, sorry, this is an issue that I'm pretty passionate about just because I came from county. So I don't know if you guys that are county and state know that the funding is limited and that really creates some issues because the thing is, we have DoD funding and we struggle with that, right? So we have this greater issue is, yeah, the solution should be in public safety. That's where we should be moving next, but the funding's not there. So I think that's something I want to urge, and this is not on AF or LPS, it's fine, is that when you're trying to innovate these solutions, keep in mind that these communities probably aren't going to have the funding, but the market is there. So it's kind of a catch-22, right? But the thing is, that's where we should be heading. That's my piece.
Oh, am I getting back?
Yeah. I'm sorry, that's my piece.
I was gonna go there.
There's a lot of discussion about like transmittal over civilian networks and leveraging what we have currently in installations that are readily available from a commercial COPS perspective. Introducing installation vulnerabilities starts to upclass that data.
Yeah.
Are we getting after now a IL5 or like a SIPR requirement that now is being introduced to vulnerability assessments being done by like the defenders?
Yeah, so everything we're doing, so IL3 is gone now, right? Everything is, if we're being real, everything is at least IL4. But everything that I would say just, it's what they call classification by compilation, right? In the information protection world. And yeah, you're right. At some point, we're going to hit a threshold. Nobody knows where that threshold seems to be. And I've asked the question to a lot of people, a lot higher pay grade than me, and nobody seems to really have wrapped their arms around where that threshold exists. We talk about integrating sensors and data. Right now, as far as the U.S. Air Force is concerned, IL5 is what we need to operate at to integrate all the sensors and data on an installation. Because that comes as PHIL, law enforcement sensitive, everything that we would potentially be transmitting over, over AES 256-bit encryption to a GovCloud or whatever. And to the previous question with regard to markets, specifically, I think, I guess let me backtrack for a second. Does that answer your question well enough?
Are we building a solution, like as an Air Force member myself, are we building a solution that's not, hey, we're gonna do IL4 and then have to completely redesign the wheel when we find out that we're now transmitting secret data?
Yeah, so everything right now should be IL5. We should be doing everything at the IL5 level right now, just to dot our I's and cross our T's. Everything's IL5. And I think we have a plan in place later on down the road, the roadmap here, to transition over to the secret realm. Because I think we recognize at some point, especially when we get into like cyber operations centers and things like that, it's going to go high side. There's going to be at least portions of integrated base defense that inherently, we talk about SCADA and some other stuff that's out there, it's inherently going to get pushed to the high side, and we're going to have a high side instance of TAC. We're just not there yet. But yes, that is on the radar, but not currently part of the rollout, if that makes sense. As far as other use cases in, let's say, just the government space in general, I think that the biggest bang for the buck is going to be identifying legacy systems such as like HISN. Homeland Security uses HISN. Don't ask me what the acronym stands for right now, but you can Google it. It's HISN. There's some systems out there like that have some antiquated and redundant capabilities to TAC, and I think that Homeland Security, along with some other organizations, FEMA and whatnot, I think would, especially if we had NIMS ICS iconography in there. Like, one of my pet peeves is when I look at TAC and I see a red diamond and I'm like, I'm not in the Army anymore. Why is this person labeled as a red diamond, right? Having NIMS and ICS iconography, because that's what we're using as emergency services. Imagine the same branding we talked about with tactical assault kit. We're not tactically assaulting anything, other than maybe some of your guys are. But we're branding as team awareness kit, right? Because it is a cross-functional civilian use case item, which means our iconography has to reflect that. Imagine how it's going to look on CNN if you labeled somebody, as a red diamond on there during a training event or something. Everybody's already worried enough about Big Brother. You don't want to label civilians as targets. So I think just some little changes like that are gonna make a huge difference, but I think a lot of these legacy government systems, they want more out of their systems. I know we did the Afghan refugee operation at Fort Dix, for those who were around for that, and we evac'd all the thousands and thousands of Afghan refugees. It was a complete cluster for anybody who was a part of that. I was boots on the ground there, and I'm telling you, they could have used a TAC across the board. It would have been a phenomenal tool to help track all the activity that was going on in and out of the country. And what they were using were those antiquated systems like HISN for basic chat functions, right? They gave a 10x capability, right, of TAC, through, let's say, a very non-intuitive interface. So.
A couple of other questions, some of them coming in from chat and others. So from each of your perspectives, from a feature or capabilities, what's on your wish list? Or what would you want to see next, relative in the domain of TAC capabilities? And then I guess the other counter to that was, what's keeping you up at night? What is something you want to fix?
Do a podium?
Yeah, because I know me and Sergeant Jones have like the same job on this. So when I got on this team, I started looking at the dispatch centers and everything, and Lord, as Kevin calls it, a cluster. So I mean, you have thoughts on this too. So I think it was something that when I got on the team, I was really passionate that we actually do something about. So Nate Soul from BBM actually kicked off the initial little bit of TAKathon. And there's going to be some more deeper work that has to be on once in the back end of it. But as for that front end interface of being able to put data in and actually get sent calls or anything like that, which is kind of what you wanted, we kind of have that initial layer set off. But the issue now is we want the requirements coming from the users. So tomorrow there's a public safety collaboration panel that I put together, and solely I left actual panelists off that. As issues came up during this event, I wanted the users to be able to come in, say, hey, these panelists have ideas, and TAKathon's going to be one of them, and I'm going to have Kevin in there, I'm going to have Sergeant Jones in there, and we're going to talk about the requirements that the users need for that app. So feel free to stop by, but that is my wish list, and guess what, I'm kind of getting my wish list about. So, results on it?
Yeah, so one of the reasons we security forces wise do not have CAD system currently is because we don't have the call volume to justify purchasing a full-blown CAD system. Like our 911 calls go directly to fire. So we can't say because of 911 calls because they take care of it. So we don't have the call volume to justify this large purchase, the annual upkeep, all that money that goes into it. So we need a system to where when fire department's answering a 911 call, we're on the phone with them just listening initially. Calls for us, we take over once they get it to us. But a call to where our dispatcher can start typing in the address, the caller's information, the the description of the situation, to where our patrols on the road can get a heads up at getting there, especially if emergency assistance is needed. We have an exorbitant amount of individuals within our housing office, specifically at Right Pack. They have a lot of mental and emotional issues. So a lot of our calls are those individuals that have suicidal ideations or are attempting suicide to harm themselves, or medical emergency of their kids, because our base housing is not just military personnel, anybody can live in our base housing. So it's a wide variety of folks that do that. So we need a tool which can get us on scene faster, more efficiently, document all of our stuff. It creates a log of all of our events, so it makes our dispatcher's job easier, makes our patrolman's job easier, all that. So that's why I think that CAD system is massive. And again, the amount of money it'll save the Department of Defense in installing, I think it was 117 security forces units globally. This plugin could help every single one of them.
That, and if it goes to the public safety sector, police departments we have under all 50 states, I mean, if we can get it to that point, yeah, I mean, as you realize, things typically start out in the DoD because that is where the majority of the funding goes. But the thing is, the reality of it is, it trickles down, and eventually you get pieces of technology that the DoD does get to use. So I think in the long term, it could potentially benefit
multitude of users.
Yeah, so computer-aided dispatch right now is a hot topic for one reason, because med groups, for those of you that don't know, in the U.S. Air Force, med groups don't fall under the AFNet loop. They don't operate on AFNet. They're actually part of DHA, so they fall under the Army. And so this leads to a communication gap between the rest of emergency services on Air Force installations and our medical personnel, which then drags out response time significantly. So you can have response times that fire department's on scene before medical's even left the bay. And so this is one of the challenges that we have to overcome. And I think a computer-aided dispatch, right now a lot of departments are sourcing third-party products that aren't necessarily approved because they're trying to just get the job done, right? They're going out there and sourcing what they can to make sure they have the requisite information to get on scene, fast and with high fidelity information. And so what we need to do is eliminate, incentivize people to utilize approved products and also in this ecosystem and eliminate the necessity for them to pay out of pocket for third-party products as opposed to being a one-stop shop. They're going out. So again, you may have 10 different installations that are using 10 different tools to do the same exact thing that we could be doing in TAC. You asked specifically about what tools I would put on my list, right? So I mentioned one thing before. I know this is a simple one. Iconography is huge. It needs to be universal, right? Because you know what happens when it's not is a lot of times it doesn't populate. It'll populate as a question mark or something, and then all of a sudden you've integrated with somebody else, and the iconography doesn't match, and there's no universal standard they're identifying with, right? So having NIMS ICSI iconography and not U.S. Army TAK iconography, high on my priority list. I would also say multi-incident considerations, right? So we have overlays that are able to handle multiple incidents. So one issue that we have is, let's say you have an incident, right? Security Forces has got 2 or 3 incidents going on an air base wing, and then fire's got a call going on over here. That map is going to get real crowded real fast, right? And right now, there's no way to really segregate that data. You're on the same server instance, right? You're sharing the same space. But I just want to see this one instance in all my cordons. I don't want to see all their cordons that are adjacent and everything that's clogging up my screen. We need a way to be able to start a new incident or to be able to segregate them somehow as separate overlays so we can share, put them together, or we can separate them entirely, right? Just because, again, on airbase, when you may have 3, 4, 5, 6 instances going on, and you may have, if an active shooter happens and you've got 500 people on base, people will stop having heart attacks. People won't stop getting into, car accidents. That stuff still happens on the side, and we have to have a way to delineate those incidents right within the system.
Can we do a quick call to see if Mr. Herb's here?
We can.
Yeah.
That's your job.
That's fine. Is Alex Erb in the room? Come on up, please. So we have one more panelist from the Air Force Security Forces Center. He was running a little late in traffic. But I did want to give him the opportunity to speak a little bit.
Awesome.
No pressure. You guys are doing pretty good here. I missed a beginning part of this, but thank you. And just a little bit about what I do is I work with the Security Forces Center, and then my job is to try to flush new things into the career field. So we do that based off of requirements. We have to have the requirements to get those things to the career field, and those requirements are led by gaps that we have in the security forces. So we have all these gaps, and can't really speak about them all in here, but those gaps are basically like security issues and things that fill those gaps, i.e. TAC, for example, might be a common operating type of system that can fill that gap for us, right? So that's one way that we can help push this forward. So my job is to try to push things forward into the career field kind of as a requirement from a beginning stage. So as you know, TAC's not universal, it's not POM 4, we don't have a whole bunch of money just flushed into TAC right now. Can we? Should we? Probably, right? But we've got to get over that hurdle. So some of the things they're trying to do is push this through to a few bases under another program. So they're like tying it up underneath another program right now to try to get it out of some bases, like solidly out of the bases working. The thought process behind that is if you have it at enough bases, eventually it will just get bought into the system. And it's like, this is the final thing to do. But you either got to find some new money or get rid of something else and then put this in place, right? So like they were saying, this thing can save a lot of money by doing other things, but you got to find those things that are saving money on, take it away from those things, and then put it into this to put it into place. And then I heard a lot of things that they said that the TAK's going to do that we want to have it doing. Those things are great, right? The multi-incident, be able to read it. There's a lot of good stuff in there. So some of the challenges we have is we're trying to get that ATO. There's an authority to operate. That's like in the cyber world. Who's going to sign it? Who's going to be in charge of it, right? Who's going to pay for it? I mean, that's probably the small part of it, but who's going to be responsible? Who's going to be the absolute program management office for TAK? Nobody's really raised their hand and said, this guy's going to run it for the entire Air Force, right? I haven't heard. Have you guys heard who's running it for the entire Air Force when it comes down?
We're working on it.
I know, right? It's tough.
What I get paid for.
Yeah. So that's one of our challenges right there, is to try to find that whoever's going to run the whole program. So other than that, I'm open to questions for sure. Yeah, shoot.
So I guess my question is, so we know that we've selected these 12 trial cases, right? And we're being one of them. And I fully put my faith in Kevin that he is going to get things done and make sure things are operational. Have I gone to dare to do it? But if those other 11 bases, is there going to be any monitoring of them over state? Because I know you're funding like the first year of that. Do you know if anybody's going to be monitoring them to make sure, like, hey, they're kind of doing what they need to be doing, or they're informed, trained along those lines?
Yeah, so the training piece, I don't know. Like, I think there's a, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Kevin's tracking it too. There's a commander's buy kit out there, or being developed, and a training piece hopefully under that. So we don't want to just throw all these things out there and not have a training piece so the guys can use them properly. And like you said, there might need to be some kind of piece where they follow this and track it and see, did this pay the dividends that we needed to.
Yeah, I mean, because this has the basis to be a really revolutionary thing for the Air Force, right? This could be the new standardization of this, and we want to make sure that if these 12 bases are the ones that are going out there first, that we're monitoring them and tracking them, because they're kind of like babies, right? We're sitting there, we're stuffing them off and trying to make sure that they're cultivating what they need. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot on people, some of the people that too.
Yeah. You have a question, sir?
Yes, so you mentioned you're trying to have this TAK solution for all the bases. It's not the answer yet. You're preaching to the choir. You're saying, like, TAK is a solution. What's the main pushback you're getting, like, on the personnel level for those who haven't drank the TAK Kool-Aid, so to speak?
The people that are going to manage the entire program and pay for it. Those two major. So what office is managing for the Air Force? Who's paying for it? Because there's going to be a large cost when we start talking into, I think I heard some conversations about high side or, going overseas and replacing some of that stuff. So that cost is going to go up on that side as well.
Okay, follow up. So I know, so security personnel are usually set in their ways. Do you have some pushback on them trying to have them use this new technology, right? Because
I think all the new troops would be down to use it. I think all the old hats.
Yeah. So we just gotta wait for them to.
Yeah.
What we discovered in safety was, and I'm not calling anybody out, but honestly, the E6s and above, they were very resistant. E5s and below, the new technology, they were all done. Because those older, the guys that had been in longer, they didn't want to change. They like the old way. It's trouble.
So I think, they might have been looking bad because the new guys are just blasting away on this thing, and they're like, I don't know how to keep up.
So I think the takeaway for you all in industry for this limp fact is, number one, personalities out 100% agree. Personalities are by far and above even with bureaucratic red tape of the federal government. Personalities are harder to overcome. And I think that the takeaway is that whatever it is that you guys are working on, it has to be simple, right? We're talking about a responder who's doing things on the fly. It's got to be 1, 2, 3 push, 3 buttons is, probably your limit, right? It's got to be that simple. It's got to be Barney style. They shouldn't have to go through a 3-day course to understand how to operate whatever it is you're designing. So think about it with that in mind. And I think a lot of times with us as SMEs or developers, we think of it in our own terms, in our own world, right? What makes sense to us, but that's not who we're developing it for. It's what makes sense to that police officer, that 20-year-old E3, you know? That's what we have to be thinking of when we're generating these tools.
To piggyback off of what he said, the current way to do a cordon on tag is you go to the drawing tool, you set your point for the circle, then you gotta go in, you gotta edit it to make it the right size. It's like 100 different steps, whereas this new cordon tool is super simple. I know who our career field is, so we're not like eating crayons, but we need, you know, when I developed a training program for my unit, I added the pictures because those help, right? So when you're helping us out and developing all this great stuff for us, just keep that in mind. Pretty much exactly what Kevin just said.
And bacon security, please. Makes it so much easier to get it added on later.
He's chomping at the bit again.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I want to actually ask a question about the infrastructure, not the leadership issue, I guess, right? You guys brought it up a few times, and the first time you brought it up, I kind of shocked and it was like, all right, new program, new thing, but now, you know, you brought it up as well, and then you harped on it again. So really, where is it? And is it a lack of line item in the budget, or is it a lack of accountability as far as, yes, I will be the guy, or is it both? And at that rate, what can we do where we just write our congressman a few times until he's pissed off? You know?
This is, I think, as far as the Air Force is concerned, it's an internal thing that we're figuring out. So just like anything, right? A new program comes along, it's additional work, right? And nobody wants to raise their hand for additional work. You also have a unique challenge here, right? Because when we're talking about something that's strictly, this started off as half a force, so security forces centric, right? Which it still is centered on security forces, but it started out just security forces. And so this is their playground, and they want to own it, right? Because it's clearly in their lane. But now we're talking about including EMS and EOD, and now all of a sudden those same people are like, well, hey, none of these things are in my lane. I should know this anymore, right? And the same argument is going to be in every functional lane. And that is, we go back to these personality challenges. That is a personality challenge, or nobody wants to take ownership of things that aren't strictly in their own lane. And so that is just, we'll say, just like technology is iterative, right? So is this. This is an evolutionary change the Air Force has to get past that we're working on. We have all the right people at the table. All it's going to take is a general officer assigning a lead MAGCOM, and we have some work to do on our end there. But we have the right people at the table. We have representative leadership at the central level, right? So we have more support now than we've ever had before. And previously, these different functional lanes weren't even talking to each other and pursuing the same ends. Now they are. They're all at the same table. We have an IPT, so the planning team. It's cross-functional, and those dollars are being used cross-functionally. So I'm very confident that this will find a home, and I think TAKathon is the place we're leaning. But we'll see how that shakes out. More to follow. But I'm confident if that counts for anything.
This is already a program of record in SOCOM, right? So
Correct.
hopefully this has kind of been figured out in those lines, yes.
Correct.
Maybe
Well,
there might be a template there.
I don't want to stick my step in anything here, but yeah. So for the special worker use case, I'd say there's the way that they're using TAKathon, specifically talking about their ATO, their use case is wholly separate than how the rest of the force is going to use it. Their architecture is not applicable outside of the special warfare use case, with the exception of non-special warfare OCONUS contested, right? Then it might be applicable. So a lot of stuff we're doing here is going to be a whole separate architecture, right? Because, for instance, they're not using commercial cellular for anything, as they shouldn't be, right? We are using that as our primary method.
Yeah, we do. I think we've got another at least 5 minutes, and then we'll try and wrap around 3.
Just want to respect.
No, appreciate it.
And you mentioned one thing earlier. I have another thing I wrote on my list.
All right.
Hit it. All right. It is imagery, and I know this sounds silly, but and I went through this with the Afghan refugee operation, where we're putting up 10 cities overnight, and so our footprint was expanding, and we couldn't get imagery updates fast enough. And to task it through our J2 to get an actual military asset to photograph something, believe it or not, going through our own channels was an approval nightmare. And so it is way easier if I have a corporate entity, even if there's a charge associated with it, to be able to task an X contractor satellite to take a picture, because when I have a tornado blow through an installation or I have a hurricane hit Tyndall Air Force Base, the topography changes, right? And that changes how my responders are going to secure the base and perform their functions, right? So the roads maybe aren't there anymore, and things like that, fences are down. So I need a fast way in an emergency to be able to to get a geotiff, an image of a given area, and upload that into TAC and update my overlays, right? So that is also a need we do not have currently met.
Can I ask that a bit? Where does the authority, I mean, is that resident with yourself? Like, is there an approval chain to certify that that image is correct? I mean, is it as fast as you described? Is it more like if you had those assets, you could load them into your own TAC environment?
Yes.
So it's really getting those assets.
It is getting, the problem is tasking a government asset, like a military asset to do it, is a boatload of approvals.
Yeah.
And you're talking about something that would take at a minimum 3 to 4 days with the right people in your corner, right? Which is hard enough to do if you don't have enough juice. And so we're talking about if at the squadron level, somebody who's just a flight chief needs something, or again, a fire chief who's an incident commander of an airbase wing needs updated imagery and they need it yesterday, how do they get that? And it's easier again if I just, can task something commercial to do it, right? And then upload the geotiff in minutes, right?
That's interesting. So when I think about translating what we hear to a TAC innovation sort of event, there's some themes like that. So the data inload, the response, how fast can you get fresh, new, updated data inbound? If there were services or API calls or even scraping tools and might look for the most updated, geo or satellite images that are publicly available. And UI, the user interface kits, icons, the iconography, keeping some standards around them, creating them. So almost like a GUI kit or some other GUI plugins seem like they would enable you to move faster at least.
You were discussing adding things to the system, right? To tech. So have they thought about adding a scan tool for IDs or anything that can just link up with for when security forces go to an incident and they get somebody's ID, or let's say at the gate, for example. But let's say you go to a response and then you scan and it's already uploaded in the system.
Yeah, because I know DBIDS is a segregated system that they are not going to connect.
Well, I mean,
I would assume that they're scanning it instead of just going, you're good.
But so they scan it, but a lot of times, like if a guy's out there and they write things down and they get the name wrong, or they don't process the paperwork right, then you end up with.
You have more accuracy than just took a picture in OCR or something.
Yeah, there was a guy that he shouldn't have had a gun before and then shot a church, right? Just because it wasn't recorded properly. This could record it right away into a database and put it over. So something like a DBIDS, but like on scene, for example. But I know it's got to talk to DBIDS, and I know DBIDS got a monopoly. But
it's the same thing with leads and leads licensing, right, for law enforcement. And one of the things we're looking at is primarily because of the volume of deep runners, shockingly more than you might imagine on Air Force bases or military bases in general, is license plate recognition, right? So basically the ability to recognize a license plate, populate that as an alert into the DDoC if somebody runs a gate, things like that. Like that's improving base security. So I'm here. I know I'm running out of time. I'm going to stick around. Yeah. I just want to stand up and I knew what was happening.
Nice prompt.
Oh.
Just a quick question. As far as that imagery goes, that's something that we tackle organically. So with the right programming and the right drone, we scan the immediate area and then they map something to it.
Yeah, I'll need somebody smarter than me to help me out with that, because if I can only fly 400 AGL, is that high enough that I can generate
GL2? That's something that'd be sufficient at that point,
So, if I can, there is that capability that's trying to organically exist at Patterson within the civil engineering community, but it's not necessarily up and going. But using
LiDAR scanning schools and stuff like that.
Well, it's not a LiDAR scan; it's an imagery scan using a drone, but effectively.
It's amazing. You might get a good use case too, right? But it's hyper localized, right? In order to have pockets of different areas, coastal, emergency response, etc., there almost needs to be sort of a data schema that can sort of universally accept those and allow for upload quickly.
And the main reason why we're not looking at that as an option is because we're limited by FAA COAs, right? So the FAA limits but we don't have authority to fly outside of military installations. That's the problem. And so getting that approval in a timely manner during an emergency may or may not be quick. I don't know what that turnaround looks like because I've not tried it, but maybe it's viable, but I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna stand fast after this, so people can come up and throw things at me or field more questions.
Well, this is why we call you guys the All-Stars, because, wow, okay. I just want to thank everybody for coming in. I know I selected all of you. Also, give a hand for all guys with their boots on the ground, please.
Okay, so for the remainder of the day, we have essentially one more programming slot, and we're running ahead of schedule. Why don't we put in, we needed a break anyway, we got a break, so why don't we return, just looking at the clock, it's 3 on the button, so why don't we return in 20 minutes, if that's okay. Brian, are you okay to be ahead of schedule? Perfect. Then we will be here back at 3:20 for our closing keynote for the day. Thank you.
And if anybody's interested in doing tests or innovation projects, come talk.
Sweet.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you one of these. I got some. There you go. This way. Sorry, I know you have to. I don't have to for everything.
We pinched you with a rapid change of the tripod there. Sorry.
So you can handle this anyway, right? So we can either come on site with them, the other thing is we could read it, I'm not. Yeah, no. I'll let everybody's time is just valuable. So I try to and then I'll be straight with you. This way, well, we were going to stay ahead of this and we look at new things and try to stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing to read it.
It makes it feel like for 50 people, and you're forcing you like. I finished
Yeah, so your thing. It's like our airman was shortly after the army fire started, like, yeah, we'll get it fixed. Have you got dumb shit. I would say 90% of it
Even if I have to decide 6 months ago, I'm going to start the race. Have a blast. I use
Whatever it is, I saw you in Tampa. Space time continuum.
It's definitely not. Threads are definitely.
Yeah, I know. I used to. That's what the machine learning scale.
Weeks. What is the way I see things? That actually helps. Yeah.
They don't even know each other.
Just coming here. We did our remote Well, they would get that great. I say that.
You just have to all wear t-shirts.
Hotel and everything, and it's 75 grand. Venue, catering.
Trained on how to paint the files and going down.
So that means just partially mirroring all of
And I was trying with some this guy I'm just when it comes to so what I usually need to
Oh, you want to put this there?
Yeah, real busy people right now. So you might say that.
Any luck? Awesome.
Especially work.
All right, everyone, we're going to resume here in a couple of minutes while we make our way to our seats, please. Okay, thanks everyone. We're going to start to make our way back to our seats. Resume our stream just so check the audio. We've also made some more adjustments to the audio volume. Oh, Denise wants to. Yeah, nice, Denise.
Hey everyone. There you go, Sam.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, to all the stream folk, yes, we took down the stream there during that break to make some adjustments on the microphone and such. So thank you for your patience. Thanks everyone for your afternoon break. We appreciate everyone having some time. And we have hit the last portion of our structured agenda for today. We are going to be hearing from our distinguished speaker for the afternoon, Mr. Ryan McLean, the director of the TAC Product Center. I would kindly ask if you would, I know you've been on some panels and I know you've been here working with the event and meeting a lot of folks, but if you take a little time to maybe introduce yourself before you get into your content. So please have, give me a welcoming applause here for Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
Last one of the day. I'm building the TAC offsite agenda right now, and there's 2 slots each of the 3 days that I feel really bad about. It's the slot right after lunch and the slot right at the end of the day because nobody wants to be that talk. My name is Ryan McLean. I'm distinguished, as Seth said, and I'm going to give you a story as to like where TAC is going, where the TAC Product Center specifically is going, not just TAC, but the TAC Product Center. We tend to be the crossroads for a lot of different things. We'll give you a clear picture of the things that we do. There's a lot of, I think, guessing about what the TAC Product Center does. I think we hear everything from we belong to company XYZ, we're a SOCOM thing, or the more general assumption that we're just sitting there packing features into the TAC products, all the TAC products, WebTAC, ITAC, all of it. And none of these things are actually true. So I will give you an authoritative story as to what the TAC Product Center does and the trajectory that we're on right now. We released a couple months ago an executive summary for TAC 2030, which is a new strategy. It's rooted in the NDAA, the National Security Strategy, National Defense Strategy, and several other national level strategies. And it's our way of telling the community this is where we're going, and this is why we're going to these places. These are where TAC lacks at a macro level, and these are how we are steering the community to meet us in the future. So my background, alluded this morning, I did spend time at AFRL. That's where I got into this whole mess. Personally, I did not want to go to AFRL. I was finishing up my master's degree at the Air Force Institute of Technology in Dayton, and they said, fill out the dream sheet, all you meager second lieutenants. And so we go do that, and it's a farce because they don't actually want to know where you want to go. It's just you got to do it. So filled it out, and I heard all these awful things about Rome Lab. I hadn't even met Ralph Kohler yet. And so I filled out my dream sheet, and I intentionally omitted Rome Laboratory. I intentionally omitted Rome, New York, and the AFRL lab there. I knew nothing about it in hindsight. But of course, what does the Air Force give me? They give me Rome Lab because I'm a computer engineer, and that is one of the few places that they will readily send computer engineers. So I showed up, second lieutenant, I can code, come do ATAC. What I didn't tell you is the things that I was exposed to while I was there. This would be a complete biography, but I'll explain to you why I'm actually at the TAC Product Center. And there's this actually, really, I think it's interesting because it's me, but there's this arc that I've followed to be kind of here, and I didn't pick any of it. So I don't know if Ralph or David would say this, but I was just a total foundering second lieutenant the first year I was at the lab. I didn't really get ATAC. It was 2013. There wasn't this explosive growth. It was this thing on a phone, and there wasn't even a TAC server at the time. We did some stuff with Marti, but it was basically multicast over the in-lab Wi-Fi network and stuff like that. I had a chance to do a combat deployment to Afghanistan in 2014. We didn't have ATAC there. I used Palantir and Google Earth and a Falcon View-based display with black and white CIB imagery to overlay the electronic warfare data that we used. And I didn't get ATAC until probably about 4 months into the deployment. Early in the deployment, we had some incidents where we were flying Overwatch for a Green Beret team, and they would take fire. And in one of the cases, their team leader, their captain, was killed by RPG fire, and we knew that was happening. We knew that there was a threat nearby, and this Group 2 UAS that we were flying with a great capability on board had no way of getting information down to the ODA. So they were about 30 to 40 miles out from the base, and our aircraft is 2,000 feet over their heads, and all that information is coming back to us. And the best we can do is text information over a Roshan cell in Afghanistan to their intel liaison, and they would type it into the BFT terminal that would get out, hopefully, to the ODA forward. And so it was incidents like that made me realize, man, there's a better way here. So we learned that they were going to put a wave relay on this aircraft, and that's kind of when I got ATAC, when it was about more than just, here's a map, And that's where a lot of our senior leaders are today. Like, well, it's a phone, right? It's a phone with a map on it. Like I have that in Google Maps. Why would I, go through the hurdle of getting ATAC approved or otherwise integrated? And it's like that was the moment for me. I imagine a lot of you have had that moment as well with, oh, you can do that with ATAC, or like, oh, I could build that with ATAC, or whatever ATAC product. So all of us at the Product Center have had that moment where it's come together, we've gotten it. So get back from Afghanistan, integrated the drone and ATAC together where we relay and things kind of took off from there. Got really close with the JTAC community. Jimmy's in the room. I actually met him for the first time out at the Air Force Weapons School, pump captain then, very junior captain, and was able to kind of keep going down that path of now ATAC is getting big enough to fire his drone. And then did some stuff in industry with TAC, did some stuff completely outside the TAC world, and then came back to SOCOM as a federal civilian a couple years ago. And who knows Josh Sterling? All right. Everybody has to at least know the name Josh Sterling. So Josh and Rob are the reason I'm in this mess. Show up at SOCOM. Josh decides to leave the federal government and had just joined 2 years ago. Josh says, I'm going to leave the federal government. Would you like to be involved with the products? The key word was involved. All right. So I said, sure, Josh. I love TAC. I'm happy to be at SOCOM now, and I'd love to be involved. And of course, 24 hours later, I'm no longer involved. I'm the director. So it's taken me a long time to learn what a director actually does in the government. But I think we're getting there. And now that you're caught up on how I got to where I am today, literally by no fault of my own, I'm going to tell you where we're going with TAC. All right. So you see in big green unapologetic letters, information dominance, right? So if you peel back the layers of the onion on information dominance, it takes on a lot of meanings. There are a lot of tendrils to information dominance. I personally believe it applies as intensely and equally to public safety as it does to the team that's forward in a Title X military context, as it does increasingly to higher levels of the echelon. We've seen TAC proliferate horizontally through the tactical edge, but now we're starting to see TAC proliferate up the formations and out through our partners as well. And information dominance is not, F-22 style air dominance where, we totally own the skies and TAC doesn't own cybersecurity or information or anything like that. Like, information dominance is about creating those little tiny opportunities, those little windows in time where the speed connected to the white line is probably going to go intersect over the red diamond. And now I can correlate two things that I can see now and I thought was there. Now I know that the thing I thought was there really is there. And of course, it takes a lot of things to get to that point. It takes the right radios, it takes the right planning, it takes the right data, it takes the right, in some cases, plug and load. And so information dominance is about all these things coming together. And the way we get there is through continuous delivery. So our vision and mission, we've retooled these as part of the TAC 2030 strategy. The vision is that aspirational information dominance platform. The platform itself is nuanced. It's not just bolt things onto it. It's much richer in meaning, I think, to us in the software world, where we say, okay, like a platform team is a team that's doing work that a lot of other people would otherwise have to do so that they don't have to do that work. None of us in here have to go build a math engine that does the things we need it to do or is extensible in these ways because we have TAC. TAC is a platform in that regard, but we also act as a platform team at the Product Center so that we're building out development capabilities, development tools, stitching them together, again, in ways that others don't have to go and replicate later. We're taking that undifferentiated heavy lifting, say again, undifferentiated heavy lifting off of the community to achieve information dominance. Give that one tactical user, when they need it, the ability to create that window of time, that small opportunity to take a decisive action. Now, again, we're doing that through continuous delivery. These platforms need to be fast, open, and secure. They need to be a lot of other things too. So when we were drafting this statement, we had a lot of other adjectives packed in there, and we really settled on fast, secure, and open. We believe that if we're focused on continuously delivering fast, secure, and open technologies, a lot of other things fall into place, take care of themselves. And we do this for decision superiority. The 2030 strategy has 4 pillars to it. First and foremost, we're empowering TAK users. Users are not always the tactical end user or the operational end user. Users can very well be sysadmins and developers. And in fact, so DHS does this phenomenally well, treating developers as users. I spent a little over a year with U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service before coming back to SOCOM Product Center. And what I learned there is, and this is reflected in the Customs and Border Protection approach to TAK as well, is they have an A game for IT, and it's because in many cases they're not afraid to treat the developer and the sysadmin and the IT person as the user. And when you treat those people as the users, like we do with the plugin SDK, with the plugin framework and the software development kits, you empower like one layer back. And so it's this exponential effect. From that one user, now you're empowering kind of that exponential level of impact back from the user so that people can get value to the user faster. So we're empowering the user, but we're not just empowering the people on the front line. They're certainly the object, but we're empowering everybody who sits behind them as well. And that's even taking on new flavors with information assurance, cybersecurity. One thing that TAK Configuration Steering Board members, as part of their paid membership, will find this month probably, is that they can now go download the Fortify scan results for the TAK core products. That's a big deal because that accelerates their ATO process. They don't have to go generate that on their own. They don't have to pay for a kind of where we are right now in DoD locked into the Fortify product line, which fine, we'll pay that bill, but they don't have to go pay that bill themselves, undifferentiated heavy lifting. And we're empowering their authorizing officials to get to yes a lot faster on those packages. So packages don't go away. We're all about complying within the rules that exist, but we're accelerating those processes that the rules currently require. Okay, so we're continuously improving TAK 2. It's probably not a surprise to anybody here, but this is a message worth taking forward because when you go to a big event or a big exercise or what have you, and you're dealing with leadership who comes from maybe an operational background, is trained, maybe historically, like here's the field manual for your weapon system, this is how you use it, and that field manual gets updated once every 5, maybe 10 years. In other words, when they get it, the system is done. It's not going to change. This is an uphill battle for us, is this notion that TAK is actually getting better all the time. Every build that happens, we know something more about TAK, the source code that's been committed and built. We're really working hard to help senior leaders in the DoD and other agencies understand this is not done. Like you see it working at Project Convergence, a big Army connectivity exercise. You see it working there and you're at 2-star. Your tendency is to say, wow, that's great, like that's working. Now go show me the other problems that I need to invest in to fix because a lot of other things aren't working or aren't fully baked yet. And we try to not make that differentiation, and so we try to take the opposite tack, which is it's never done. TAK is always getting better, and it's a capability worth investing in. So the fine people that are in this room can go build new solutions with it. Effortless to integrate and secure. We know there's a lot of pain points right now with integrating TAK with other systems. There is not great documentation. We talked to that a little bit this morning. And then securing TAK is also painful at times. There are a lot of ways to secure TAK to make those layer 3, layer 4 connections secure up to a standard. But scaling security across an enterprise is really hard when you don't have really good fundamental identity in place. And so there's one nugget we're trying to tackle here. It's, hey, before you integrate anything, before you say it's secure, what's your configuration management approach, whether it's through Kubernetes or some other downstream, like lower level practice. And how are you doing identity? And this is a big problem for DoD right now. There's so many identity providers. And, I don't know where we're going to land on that one, but I think what we're trying to do is err on the side of accommodating the different identity approaches that are out there. CAC and PKI authentication were just added over the past year-ish to TAC server, which is a big deal. But that was for a SOCOM mission command program. So zooming back out, finally making TAC available to everyone, everywhere. I won't get into the specifics, but you'd be surprised at the number of places that TAC is actually being used. We make sure that we're following the rules and the policies that the U.S. government puts forth as a U.S. government-owned product, but otherwise, the argument for information dominance is strongest when the most people have access to it. So as it proliferates out among our partners, our active mission partners, whether those are foreign military sales customers, whether those are state, local police departments and public safety agencies, we make the right decisions faster with better information when we all start from the same sheet of music, when we're all playing from that same sheet of music. And you're never going to get that if you require it. That's been probably and I give so much credit to Ralph and Josh and Yosh for so long. They've had this approach that we're trying to embody at the Product Center of make it available. People will decide whether they want it. And if you're really building a great product, people are going to use it. And if you're not building a great product, you're going to hear about it. And how are you going to respond to that? So make TAC available to everyone everywhere is very intentionally broad. Everyone everywhere. We do mean that, with the exception of denied persons in embargoed countries. Because like the first time you pull up that map and you see the Skittles, and you see the ISR feeds, you see if you're doing military things, and you see the Link 16 aircraft, or the aircraft on Link 16, you see all these different things come to life, and that's not the solution to your problem, but it's going to help you solve for those small windows of opportunity in the information space. That's why we exist. Okay, so everybody here knows what TAC is, I think. Anybody not know what TAC is? Raise your hand and be shamed. Right. Good. So we support 18 programs of record from TAC Product Center. 11 of those are configuration steering board members. One of those is a program that's on its way to being a formal configuration steering board. And then one of those programs of record is actually for foreign military sales cases specifically. We don't defend a program element at the TAC Product Center. We don't participate in the POM issue cycles that happen all across the federal government that are wrapping up right now. We don't make it into the HASC and SASC marks. What we do is we employ a configuration steering board, programs that believe in the vision, they're fielding TAC, and so it's in their best interest to pay for these products to be improved and delivered. So we perform that undifferentiated heavy lifting for them, so they can field product. We have 4 military sales cases, 9 of them with more that are either new or being renewed in the next year. And then we also support 9 languages. And so answer the obvious question, is Mandarin on the roadmap? Yes, we're figuring out right now how to do that. So if you don't think about it this way already, think about TAC as not just the app on the phone. Don't take the general officer approach to TAC. Not that all general officers think of it that way, but a lot of them do. Think of it as a platform on which you can innovate rapidly. Just like Nate said this morning, it doesn't matter if you're a Raytheon, if you're a troop in the barracks at 18th Airborne, one of the divisions there. It doesn't matter if you are an innovator in government or wherever. It is a platform to get usable capability, if not fielded, at least in front of users who can pull it into the field in a managed, accredited, certified configuration. Okay. Shameless plug, TAC offsite, register for it. If you are Mil or Gov, we only have a couple briefing slots left, but we're going to have some awesome panels there this year. We're going to have on day 1, which is for CUI, Controlled Unclassified Information up to Distribution C, so U.S. government agencies and their contractors. We'll have a fires panel and in a number of CUI talks on days 2 and 3, open to all TAK.gov users. And we're going to have more panels. The keynote speaker, this is really cool. We're building bridges here. The Navy's program manager for Project Overmatch and the Naval Information Warfare Systems Command, NAVWAR CEO, Rear Admiral Doug Small, is going to be the keynote. So what's cool about that is Overmatch isn't doing anything with TAK right now. And in our pitch to him, said, hey, look, you don't even need to know what TAK is. Like, he knows what TAK is, but it's like, you don't need to be like a champion of it. You don't need to come tell everybody at TAK offsite, use TAK because we are. That's not the message we're going for. We said, we need you to tell all these cats in the program offices across the other services how you're doing what you're doing on Project Overmatch, which is a special story in and of itself. He, at the 2-star level, is very committed to helping innovators, trench-level innovators like all of us, break down those barriers to get capability fielded, and they have done some amazing stuff in Project Overmatch. It's probably the least spoken about in the JADC2 exercises that are going across the DoD right now, but we're excited to host him. Yeah, we've seen TAK proliferate up the echelons. We see it heavily utilized in mil context, in civilian context. And I think what we're really curious to see now as it proliferates vertically and horizontally is what approaches are organizations taking to safely federate with each other? How are different agencies comfortable federating with each other? We've made some big strides in Federation Hub, which abstract your organizational security policies from those of other organizations. But we don't see like that top level spanning all of DoD Federation Hub backbone, something like that, something that wraps the globe, where regardless of your affiliation, your government agency, what have you, you have that ability to tie in with other agencies in a secure manner, anytime, anywhere. That doesn't exist today. But we have some plans in the work with some other agencies that think will help bring that to fruition. Nonetheless, we're only going to see, none of these pictures I took, all right, so don't think that like I'm doing all these cool things. The people you talk to over beer tonight, like they're the ones like doing the real thing, and we just try to tell their story. But we do expect that endless vignettes like these are going to continue to surface and proliferate. And we have our work cut out for us to make sure that it's easier and easier as the products get more and more capable and the ecosystem grows and grows. One could kind of surmise that like our job gets exponentially harder as this ecosystem grows, at least linearly, possibly exponentially. This is a little bit dated. The only reason it's dated right now is because this is actually a picture pasted in from another chart. We couldn't find the source, so I couldn't actually add more radios to it. If your radio belongs up here, just tell me. I'm happy to add it. The point with this chart, though, is that, so sure you have the type 1 encrypted stuff on the right. Few people in here are using those. You have the open standards on the left, which are more protocol based. But with the radios in the middle, it's probably a stretch to say they wouldn't exist without TAK. But some of these radios have found distinct homes in markets because TAK was there to go to market with them, not for them, but with them, and say, hey, look, if you're using that off-grid radio of whatever variety, plug in TAK, you can start building out that better picture so that the user can find those opportunities in time to go make critical decisions. Okay. But I think this is something that we're really proud of at the TAK Product Center and just on the government side in general, is that we've been able to engender these really strong relationships with industry. We've had to evolve our processes. We've had to go find reasons in policy to do things or to kind of bend those rules or have them waived so that we could work on behalf of industry. But what we like about a story like this, democratized communications innovation, is that this is not a chart about TAK. This is a chart about how industry put in investment and in many cases sought investment from the government to go further their business case for the government's users, improve their own product, and go sell that product elsewhere to other markets that are not the U.S. government, federal government. Okay, give you a little glimpse into, it's probably really hard to read, I'm sorry, into where we're focusing. So this is something we put together to illustrate, like people come to us and they say, where's the requirements matrix for TAC? And it's like, well, we're a product house. We don't build the requirements. If you want requirements, a requirements document, if you want a fielding timeline chart, like you need to go to the program office that you talk to. And it's probably not a very satisfactory answer a lot of the time, but we did put this together to help tell that story of what can the products actually do. So there's a much deeper story here too, in terms of like the features and how they have parity. But I think that the thing to illustrate here is those green bars that go across the chart. Those are the things that we're focusing on next. You see a lot of like solid green dots or solid blue diamonds. Those are things that are done. This is how we're communicating to people, like there are empty spots on this chart that need to be done in order to establish not just feature parity, but capability parity across the products. An example is we mentioned Link EUD tool this morning. Only ATAC has that right now in what's released. We expect that given that WinTAC has plugins and TACX has plugins, those tools probably need a Link EUD feature. And whether they're linking to TAC.gov or in the future a TAC server that is not TAC.gov, where you're getting plugins from the TAC server in a managed construct, the ability to select the plugins that you need, basically a heavy form of feature flagging if you're familiar with the term. It's going to be a discriminator for the TAC user. They can get these plugins that are configuration controlled. They originate from a controlled environment on TAC.gov and the TAC platform, and we can give you a plugin that either is sourced from TAC.gov, built there, signed there, or we can give you, of course, through third-party plugin if you're familiar with that, a plugin that we build on TAC.gov but don't know the source code, don't access it, no matter of preserving intellectual property. But what we haven't touched on, so those are the client apps, obviously. What we haven't touched on is like TAC server, WebTAC. Installing plugins on TAC server and WebTAC right now is kind of a nightmare. The configuration management is, I'll be the one to say it, so you don't have to. It's garbage, and we think there are some really clean practices we can employ to make plugin management on server and WebTAC a lot better. And that's important because as a user, you expect a stable configuration, right? But you also, as a developer, you expect to be able to push that capability to production with relative ease. Plugins really don't disturb the ATO, as we've found. The ATO is more for an AO to saying, do I have trust in this system as it's configured? Whereas the ATOs tend to be a superset of plugins and core products. And so we think that by providing really good, clean configuration management of TAC server plugins, WebTAC plugins out to these edge installations, life is going to get a lot better for the developer and, of course, for the end user. Okay. Think about some metrics. We are trying to get better at measuring ourselves. Again, if you read TAC 2030, the fifth theme of execution is actually measurement, which is totally uninteresting to the user. But we have to tell that story because our lunch isn't free. We have to justify our existence. We're not a working capital fund. We're not a program of record. We're something in between that's yet to be described. We're the TAC Product Center. So what we have to do is tell our investors every year, the configuration steering board, this is why you're putting in $750,000 every year to fund our operation, and it's because we're doing good things with your money. So our model is 3+1. So these are the 3+1 things that we do for the community. We do TAC core product innovation, sustainment, and release. We only have 1 or 2 plugins that we actually field. I don't know if anybody knew that. Like almost every plugin you see is not from the TAC products. When we say core products, like we really mean we do the core products with help from several other programs that are very close to us. And so this came out of a tug of war between SOCOM and the Air Force several years ago. ask Ralph about it at social hour tonight. He'll tell you the full scoop from the Ralph angle. But we formed the TAC Product Center because the services couldn't agree on who owned TACs. When I hear the Air Force security forces folks saying who in the Air Force is going to own and manage TAC, I really empathize with that because there's like there are going to be decision points. There are going to be like branches off that decision tree that you arrive at where you're going to think sometimes like a program of record should own all of TAC for the Air Force, and then other times you're going to look at that same problem and say, you know what, like these configurations are sufficiently different. Maybe there's a different model. So I'm not advocating for TAC CSBs to pop up among the services. I think that would complicate things unnecessarily. But we find that this model works really well for us as opposed to a program of record where we're taking on, we don't want to take on like program protection plan, security classification guide. Those things are not for the product center to do. Our job is with the consent of the CSB to ship product. We also serve as that TAC platform for the developers. You may have heard to previously as TAC Dev Tools. We now just bundle all that in the ubiquitous term TAC platform because it's a common set of tools, undifferentiated heavy lifting, right? That allow developers to come in and without having to stand up their own tooling, do good things for the user. What's cool about this is right now, some of you I think are familiar with this, you have to submit a plugin release request to get your plugin keyed against the right flavor, signed by the TAC Product Center, and then released. We have a big effort that's wrapping up right now. We can say a lot about it. It's putting the control of plugin automation keying against the right flavor in the hands of the developer. So basically, attach your configuration file to your plugin, you commit it, trigger the build, and a human is not going to have to touch that. And that's a really big deal for the developer because that gives you a faster path to production against a production release of a TAC. Okay. And then TAC offsite developers conferences, we host all those. We love doing those things, and they're pure overhead for us. They don't do anything for us particularly, but those are a necessary role that we need to fill in the community. In other words, they don't ship product, right? They're not the platform, they're not the products themselves, but those are things that, as we've learned over the years, if there's no one providing those events and events like these, and not that we put this on, but if there's no one providing a TAC offsite, everybody keeps developing TAC in their own little foxholes. And that's the worst possible thing that can happen to TAC is everybody taking their balls and going home and playing on their own courts. When we all get together at TAC offsite, some pretty amazing things happen because people realize that, oh, I don't have to go solve that problem myself. I can partner with this other program, I can establish an agreement, I can send people to their developer planning events, and we can solve the same problem once as opposed to our own problem twice. That's really powerful. And then we do TAC Foreign Military Sales. We work through the Air Force's senior material leader for aerospace mission planning. They have a really good game when it comes to foreign military sales, and we broker foreign military sales for our allies. Those cases cost money. We work that out with them, and that is part of our revenue every year. Is actually foreign military sales revenues for selling that product on behalf of the U.S. government, and we're able to reap the benefits of that. Okay, so big growth over the past year. It's going to be raw numbers. TAC.gov users is up. It's on the admin console today. Now it's over 28,000 users. So that's over 80% growth from last year. App Store downloads across Google Play Store and Apple App Store are up 150%. And TAC platform registered developers have increased substantially as well. And there's some caveats in here. This is nuanced, of course. 200,000 to 500,000. That doesn't mean there are 500,000, ATAC or ITAC users across the planet Earth right now. That means 500,000 people have downloaded the app. And in truth, the number of daily active users, which is typically like a Facebook type metric, that number is significantly smaller. It's probably 1% of that, in all honesty. But we do see regular and expanded adoption. The pain point that they experience in the App Store, which ostensibly is many of you, but it's the same pain point they experience when they download it. They say, oh, where are my maps? Like, why am I not connected to a TAK server? Like, I can't do anything with this. So we do get, those 1-star reviews, and we want to go solve that problem for them, but we just can't. And so what we try to do is just respond tactfully, like, hey, here's a way to do this. You can get TAK server in this spot from tak.gov. Otherwise, we've got to be judicious about the problems that we solve and focus on the problems that our paying CSP customers are asking us to solve. And then on the developer platform side as well, we see maybe 500 active sessions on TAK platform at any given 3 days, kind of a rolling average, but that number is steadily increasing as well. So, continued growth, I think, is the narrative here. And then this is cool as well. We pulled these metrics. There was a senior DoD official that asked the question, hey, who's making money off TAK? And like that one question led to this whole data call that we were totally unprepared to answer. So it was a lot of digging through, like, what do our user logs say, like who our databases say, who are the companies that work in TAK. And some of these numbers are still a little bit murky. They're difficult because, like, if you register on tak.gov as a contractor with a CAC or PIV, your email is going to be like associates@dhs.gov or something.ctr@mail.mil, something like that. And we don't force companies to like self-identify there. So what we do know is that at least 300 individual companies are actively performing. This is based on a contract that has been validated by a contracting officer representative and an active period of performance. So over 300 companies are actively performing TAK development work on TAK platform, which again is a no cost, it's not free, no cost to the developer service that the TAK configuration stream board provides, and allows for that proliferation of capability that ultimately improves information dominance opportunities for the CSPs and users. And then over 160 unique plugins for ATAK and WinTAK are publicly released for the MilGov and Civ flavors through tak.gov today. Then we see over 400 government organizations, 100 military organizations from non-embargo countries. And this was interesting. This actually is a hard user metric for DoD. We started collecting a survey for at login. We asked a simple question. We said, are you responsible for fielding TAK to end users? Do you go buy the kit and ship it out the door to end users and maintain it and all that? And so people that came back and said yes, we asked them another question. How many of those kits do you currently have fielded, and how many do you expect to field over the next 12 months? So there you go. There's the numbers. That's how we get to those. Those are volunteered numbers. There's not some beautiful end-to-end solution where we know exactly who's logged into ATAK at any given time. That's a problem that we're just not in the business of solving right now. But we do know that there's a large and you think about that today, like 288 plus 125, okay, is not exponential in and of itself. But if you think of 288,000 fielded kits over the past, let's say 10 years from maybe the first program of record or the first tech transition from AFRL to a program, that is exponential. Okay, and I just wanted to tease this. So this is a set of slides that I gave to the DoD Software Factory Coalition. There's a lot of complexity that goes into making a plugin available. So you just download and install a plugin. And I think for the people in this room who are in the business of getting kits in users' hands, it might be worth understanding a little bit more about how does that happen? Like, how do I get from telling a developer I need this button added to a plugin to some user somewhere gets that plugin with that button in it where they didn't previously have that button. Okay, so familiar with the term of value streams. Complicated, right? Value streams delineate a discrete stream of value, a discrete set of work that goes into manifesting capability. And typically, in kind of modern software engineering parlance, we would say that value streams are enabled by platforms, or stream-aligned teams are enabled by platform teams to go deliver capability. These yellow bricks you see in the middle, these represent the TAK core products. Okay, so we've got TAK kernel, which is that map engine, comms layer, plugin API. We've got ATAK, of course, WinTAK, the TAK products, and then a couple more that we think need to be stood up over time. So what we say though is that it's more complex than just we get a big budget, one big check, and we cut it up among the products. It's a very complex thing. So Mark Roberts, my deputy, is just on in the back. Mark, you still in here?
You just said that.
All right, yeah, probably because this slide is the nightmare he lives in every day. Mark, as kind of our APM, he manages a lot of our acquisition activities for us, and I can't tell you how complicated it is making sure that ends meet every year. And I said we're not a program. We don't have a program element. We don't have 2, 3, 5 year money. We deal in whether it's RDT&E money, whether it's procurement, whether it's O&M. We deal in basically 1 year money, regardless of the color of the year. And so every year we are operating the spend plan, making sure that those funding sources on the left, our CSB members, are getting their money obligated to contracts. So we have a litany of contracts at our disposal, getting obligated to contracts where that money can be used effectively. And we put all the money in the pot, we stir it up, and everybody gets TAK at least 3 times a year, enhanced. So zoomed in a little bit, what you see on the right side is the different program offices that are actually getting TAK out and fielding it. So the number on the left is not equal to this kind of multicolored column second from the left. What that's telling you is that there are programs that aren't even on the configuration steering board and the open source community and Play Store and App Store that are not paying for this capability. And so we fully appreciate that TAK, to get it running and humming and integrated and all that, that's not free. But I think we take a lot of pride in the fact that getting the apps and figuring out what to do with them, getting the apps is done at no cost. And we think there's great value in that model. Now, to get to the point where you're going to deploy a TAK or a plugin, fast forward, you've got to have a good path to production as well. And so the theme of the DoD Software Factory Coalition meeting a couple weeks ago in San Diego was, what is the tactical path to production? Of course, they said tactical, so I had to throw in the corny moniker there. But basically, when you're a developer, if you are a developer, when you commit, you probably know this already if you are a developer, when your developer commits a line of code to their plugin repository, they today submit a plugin release request, a PRR, as an issue in our JIRA. One of our engineers takes that off the board. They machinate through that. They get the app built with ATAK. They sign the plugin as well. This all happens in the same build. So we've got the ATAK build time down from about 12 hours to 1 hour, which is pretty cool in and of itself because we can turn builds around a lot quicker for testing purposes. That app, ATAK, or its plugins, they're keyed to work with a given flavor. And then they go out to, let's say, tak.gov or the Play Store. And then users will go take those, whether it's sysadmins or direct users. They'll go put those in an MDM somewhere and take those to the UD. We've worked with a number of entities across the government to automate that. So if you're a government organization and you want to automate the pulling of those apps into your MDM or EMM, we can work with you on that. But I think the hardest one to solve for right now is TAK server. There are a number of deployment patterns for it. It's not entirely clear if you're the layperson what deployment pattern you should use, how to get that configured, how to get it humming, how to get the content laid in, how to get it federated the right way. We do have guides for that stuff, but I think any of us that are working in this world on a day-to-day basis would readily admit that it is not satisfactory. You don't have a really nice, clean wiki experience that's hosted on tak.gov, for example. You don't have that apt install TAK server or apt install TAKX. That we know a lot of people want that, and we're providing that. So the point is, people have made this path to production work because users want it, and so now it's kind of our job to come along and say, hey, this can be a lot better. This can be a lot more streamlined. You can provide a lot better documentation on it. So expect a lot of that to materialize in TAK 5.0. Who wants to not hear me speak anymore and go have libations together? I will wrap up shortly, I promise. So, snapshot of the TAK 2030 strategy. Mentioned at the beginning, we've got the 4 pillars, vision and mission statements. Okay, read these 2 books or listen to them, and then read our strategy, and like you will have all of TAK figured out through the end of the decade. And I mean that seriously. Accelerate is about accelerating the delivery of digital capability, software-based capability, and the kill chain is about, go figure, accelerating the kill chain. And the key thing about kill chain is it's not about like warheads on foreheads. It's not that you know crude, I guess. It's about like every ISR tasking that's met is a kill chain that's closed. Every time a team brings back data from sensitive site material from an objective and it's analyzed, that's a kill chain that's closed. And of course, every time a munition impacts right place, that's a kill chain that's closed. And so Chris Brose makes the argument that how we win in the future, in large part premised on the robust and ethical application of AI, it's dependent on our ability to close these kill chains faster. So our role, even though these books, neither of these books mention anything about TAK, our role is to close those decision loops faster. So now you can see kind of as you zoom out from like that tactical end user who has the different things moving around on the map. They have the Skittles, they've got the airplanes, they've got the XR feeds, they've got the maritime tracks, whatever. You zoom out and look at it from a totally non-tactical lens, like these big ideas are why we're doing what we're doing. TAK 2030 in and of itself is a big idea because it says it's not just about the apps anymore, it's about the data and how we can use the data that comes out of the apps, provide that data to a community of innovators, let them accelerate the apps for us with contextual data. What I mean by that is that we're probably not all that far from good, sound machine learning applications in TAK. I mentioned this morning as part of my closing comments, we need open source developers, on-contract developers, innovators, mad scientists in the government to help us figure out like how far away from the edge should data be allowed to go. I think right now we would say that data has to stay on the TAK server in most cases because we just have either policies that say we can't move it off the appliances, the servers themselves, or we just don't know how to like conform policy to our objectives and get app telemetry data. What is the user doing in TAK? Every time you use a modern commercial app like Facebook, I don't use TikTok, but if you do use it, TikTok is getting smarter as this massive ecosystem. TikTok's getting smarter every time a user uses it, just a little bit smarter. It's recommenders, it's content proliferation, all that gets better every time a user uses it. And while the parallels are not quite as robust to TAK because we live in a much more difficult environment with TAK than we do with a broadly distributed highly robust commercial application. The data that's coming out of TAK is really well formed. It exists, it's open and available for use. We have those multiple sources of data, so if you have the COT coming in, you have the video streams coming in with the KLV data, you have like text coming, like free text chat coming in, you have multiple sources of data that are or can be timestamped. You can have a really good, highly contextual picture of exactly what happened in TAK. And so a great vignette of that is the replay tool, the replay plugin in WinTAK. If you've replayed a mission in WinTAK, and we've got a great example we can't show here about the presidential inauguration, it is amazing to see that, yeah, all this data, like it exists, it's logged currently, and the way it's done can, if you go that one step further to giving the right people the ability to hack on that data, they can probably do some great things with it. And take a lot of those little mundane manual processes in ATAK, like if I'm connected to a TAC server, I may not need data sync, but I probably want data sync. TAC is not recommending that to me right now. If I'm doing a lot of stuff like passing certain types of reports as free text over server as GeoChat or XMPP or whatever, where's ATAC telling me, hey, you really got to tell me to load reports plugin for you because it's going to make your life better. Or maybe more simply, you got a lot of reports already templated on TAC server that you're connected to. Why don't you just install reports and do what you're doing that way? So there are a lot of small things, and that's what I would encourage everybody to think about. Like, what are those small things in TAC that maybe last like a second or two long, or maybe 5 seconds long, where a user is like swiping through the icon palettes? How much contextual data is in ATAC today, the ATAC systems that exist that you touch or the people that you serve touch, where we can start learning more about the TAC user's behavior, and we can make a lot of those mundane processes faster. That's where we start to get, over several years, it's going to take years to get good at in the community, which is why it's TAC 2030, not TAC 2023. It's going to take years to get good at this, but if you look back at the early days of Tesla and where Tesla decided to get good at computer vision, they needed, 1 or 2 years of just aggregating high quality data to be able to do what they do. Hard to compare what we do to what Tesla does. It's different domains, but I think the underlying argument is still there. We haven't even begun to aggregate data in TAC. I mean, we can pull open source data to do like model generation that people are going to use for computer vision and whatnot. That's fine. That's not the full context that military and public safety users are using. How can you aggregate data, and how can you help us, the product center, become a data sink for the entire community with data that users are comfortable letting go? To ascend this ladder and get to these notional levels 4 and 5. This is not my chart, by the way. Eric Ross presented this at the offsite last year, and I love it because he showed us where we are in TAC. It's not even my idea, but gladly pirate it. And to ascend this ladder, we just have to master the fundamentals of data aggregation. Every time you shut down a TAC server, where's that data go? Nobody's uploading data from TAC server into TAC.gov. Nobody is saying at the console, TAC server upload. There's some simple things we can do technically. I need your help figuring out how policy will or will not allow us to do that, and what we can do with that data once we've been policy to allow us to do these things. I'll close on these 2 slides. TAC 2030, we reference the NDAA and these other strategies. We have some pretty good holes when it comes to faithfully implementing the DoD data strategy. Reference my previous comments, but also on zero trust. The DoD as a whole, but even bigger than that, the Office of Management and Budget has put out some fantastic guidance on how to think about and implement aspects of zero trust. If you've not read these documents, like take an airplane ride and just read these, because they actually have really good data in them. The DoD data strategy is probably the one that I'm personally most excited about, because it actually gives us a framework for thinking in very commercially relatable terms, but in a DoD policy, it's 2020, who cares? It's about the properties of data. It's not about how data has changed from 2020 to the year 2023. It's about what are the properties of data and how can you make data start to work for you. We have to get good at this. We're intent on providing people the ability to get good at it. And so given these holes, we have execution things that we think are going to carry us through bridging those holes, filling in those hollow dots, if you will. That first theme is I think where I'm personally the most dogmatic about what we should be doing. So I'll give you some numbers. I'm going to make you guess, actually. If you haven't seen it already, if you have seen it, don't guess. But unit testing is a big deal in software engineering, where you write tests as source code to validate that a function in software should do what it should do and shouldn't do what it's not designed to do. And so test coverage is often used to validate not the quality of the product itself, but the confidence in the quality of the product that you ship, however that quality is measured. So test coverage is easily measured on a scale of 0% to 100%. Who wants to venture a guess as to the test coverage, the unit test coverage of ATAK, kind of a flagship product?
5%.
Okay, 5%.
I'll say 10.
10. Okay. 2. It is actually less than 2%, and that should terrify everybody in here. Not because the product you're getting is low quality, but because that prohibits us from scaling. Good guess, by the way. That prohibits us from scaling TAK development. We look at the feedback we're getting on open source. If people want to know why we can't farm more contributions from open source, it's because we've been so feature frenzied for the past 15 years. We've never given our developers the room and the direction to say, hey, get your unit test coverage to a level where you're confident that some other developer can write a change, commit it, and then we can validate with them that their change doesn't broke everything that we're responsible for delivering to a program of record. That's one of the challenges that we found with open source in a public sense, but we've known that for a long time, where it really comes down to like a month, literally a month of manual testing before we're ready to put a product on the street. And if you know anything about software engineering, you know that a month of manual testing spent not developing is a real burden to carry. So the products have to be testable and deployable for us to meet the intent of national security strategy. Because if we're giving the user, I mean, think about it in terms of what I've been saying all along, like we do information dominance so the user has those small windows of opportunity to make good decisions. If we're giving them a product that may be unstable or that takes 4 months to get to a point of stability, that's completely unsatisfactory. And I'll give you an example. Like this is a notional vignette. I will come up short of naming program offices because we're all guilty in the TAK ecosystem. But think about it this way. Like let's say we actually do end up. I mean, I genuinely hope we don't. I think everybody here hopes we don't. But like let's say we end up in a congressionally declared war. Okay. Let's say we're in this, inside the second island chain, the first island chain. And user needs a new requirement to do something. This comes from a conversation I was having with a fires expert, 18th Airborne. But let's say they need to do something new with ATAK to do a new kind of mission for an operation that's going to happen in 30 days. Okay, so that's some lead time here. It doesn't conform to the TAK release process, but it still needs to happen. So the user in this congressionally declared war is forward. They hit us up and they say, I need ATAK to do this one thing that it doesn't do today. We say, like, Team America, let's do it. Where we are today, if that happens today, that user has no assurance other than, it looks right, that it's going to do what it should do and shouldn't do what it should not do. And you can come up with some really easily contrived scenarios where, let's say, in that scenario, hey, if that happens, all that activity is going on west of the international date line. We're all east of the international date line. Some aircraft, like the B-1 and the F-18, will use degree decimal based on what the cockpits give them, as opposed to MGRS, military grid reference system, which is what the A-10s, close air support platforms, will use. It's very conceivable that a developer working on a really compressed timescale with almost no unit test coverage could make a mistake. Longitudes are flipped, positive and negative. A friendly force that's supposed to be identified as within the danger close area of an airstrike, where they're not directly connected to that user, they're connected through all these other networks that exist. They're not identified, and maybe they're not killed, maybe they're injured. What does that do? That triggers a personnel recovery mission. And so I don't mean to go too far down the rabbit hole. I don't mean to get too too hypothetical here, but bear with me here and think about if we're not masters at testing these products with modern abilities, modern tooling, modern practices,
there's no way we get urgent needs out the door in a relevant time frame to make a difference. So zooming out from testability and deployability to the main architectural attributes of continuous delivery, we believe in feature parity. So feature parity in ATAK and TAKX obviously going to look different from ATAK and WinTAK. It's for reasons of how the products have evolved. We believe fervently that we should open source all non-ITAR, non-restricted source code. One business that we're not in right now is open sourcing plugins. There are a lot of plugins where if we open source them, many people could crash on the same problem and solve them together. It doesn't have to be some big, long, drawn-out, programmatic agreement. It can be a group of smart developers, a couple of people getting together in a room for a week that are funded from 2 different programs, or just from 2 different agencies. They can solve problems together. But to do that, we have to get really good at open sourcing. So one of my comments this morning, bringing our open source trunk code much closer to the authoritative trunk code, so what lives behind the curtain on tak.gov, that should match very closely what was actually available for public pull requests or clones, and then submitting pull requests or merge requests. And so we will get there. Data, the precursor to doing AI well, to having AI make a difference for us. And then measuring ourselves. Like we've gotten away for a long time with some pretty kind of lofty metrics that are not very specific. And so we believe that by really zeroing in on setting near-term goals for ourselves, measuring our progress toward those goals, we can much more tightly focus and we can much more tightly communicate the value that comes from investment in the TAK products, which is always a necessary story. And that is how TAK has become and will grow as the allied information dominance platform. Okay. If questions, or you just want to go hang out? we can talk about hang out too.
I have a question.
Please.
Obviously, why I raised my hand, right? Do you see the possibility of down the road making sort of like a one-stop shop, like a simpler way for my team, like Jeremy and all those developers, to make our TAK plugin, and also now make a corresponding web TAK plugin? So that way we don't have to do 2 different sets of source code. At least maybe there's some common stuff.
Yeah, that's a big pain, no doubt. We think there's a path to get there, like just through basic WebView plugin. So I think there's maybe an alternate plugin path that will emerge where you can write. And I've seen companies do this. There's a company that makes a weather sensor for aircraft. They did this to show like a temperature gauge readout. So it looked like TAK, but they had the same JavaScript running, the same React front end running in WinTAK and ATAK. I said, how did you do that? And they had just done a website basically that would size itself appropriately. And so I think what I've found personally trying to do something like that with Mattermost, actually, just as a toy project, is that the hard part is solving for how you get data in and out of that web view with security policies that might be in place on that device. So there's a bit more that has to be worked out there, but I know it's possible. I empathize with the need, and yes, I would like for us to get there. I'd say that's probably a 1 to 2 year roadmap item, if I'm honest.
Sweet.
Yeah. Other questions? Thanks for listening. Hope you learned something, and thanks for being on this journey with us. These slides are publicly releasable, and you can disseminate them.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Well, as alluded to, that was the last thing between us and break and evening libations. Yes, Todd.
If anybody parks in the parking deck and you want to not pay for it, come see me briefly.
Oh, another sweetener from our friends at Samsung. Thank you. Yes. Let's get those tickets stamped. We are going to resume tomorrow about 9. We will have some attention for some late day registrations or anything like that, but by and large, everyone's in and settled. We can jump right into our program at about 9. And again, just to be respectful of the building and the rules and the facility and the multi-tenants. We just need to make sure we clear out by 5. I want to thank everyone who participated today on panels and discussions. It was awesome. We look forward to another jam-packed day of it tomorrow. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Yes. I'd rather slap like a steak.